What's up, guys? Welcome to the Fiction Blue. We've got something special today. Harry used accidental magic at age 3 to carve ancient runes into every wall that made the Dursleys physically ill. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Let's dive in. Chapter 1, The Writing on the Wall. The night it happened, Petunia Dursley was making shepherd's pie. She remembered that detail with the precise, slightly manic clarity that the mind reserves for moments it never wanted to keep. The mince was browning in the pan. Vernon was in the sitting room with the television turned up too loud, the way he always did on Thursdays when the news ran long. Dudley was in his playpen, conducting some private war between a plastic giraffe and a rubber ball, narrating it in the emphatic nonsense language of 18-month-olds with strong opinions. And Harry was in the cupboard under the stairs. Not as punishment, he was 3 years old. It wasn't a punishment yet, that came later, but because the cupboard was where he seemed to want to be. Petunia had noticed that about him from the first week. While Dudley screamed and demanded and filled every room he occupied with his enormous, joyful, exhausting presence, Harry went small. Harry went quiet. Harry found corners and sat in them with a seriousness that had absolutely no business being on the face of a 3-year-old, and he watched things. He watched everything. It unnerved her, if she let herself think about it, which she didn't. She turned the mince. Added the onion. Listened to the ordinary sounds of her ordinary house and felt, briefly, something close to peace, the specific peace of a woman who has arranged her life into careful rows and waters it daily and refuses to look at the parts where things grow sideways. Then the sound started. It was low at first. She thought it was the pipes in these houses were terrible, everyone on Privet Drive knew it. It was practically a social bond, a low grinding resonance that she felt in her back teeth more than she heard with her ears. She turned the heat down on the mince. The sound didn't stop. It got louder. Not louder the way sounds got louder when the source was close. Louder the way pressure got louder. Like something building behind a wall, behind several walls, behind the quiet face of a house that was about to stop being quiet. "Vernon," she called. He didn't hear her over the television. The grinding became a scraping. She turned from the cooker and saw, through the kitchen doorway, through the hall, that a thin line of light was coming from under the cupboard door. Golden light. Warm and very bright, with a quality that had nothing to do with any light bulb Petunia had ever purchased. "Vernon." He still didn't answer. Dudley had gone silent in his playpen, which was somehow worse. Dudley was never silent. Dudley treated silence as a personal offense, and Petunia walked out of the kitchen into the hall and stood in front of the cupboard door and put her hand on the handle and then didn't open it. From inside came a sound she would spend the rest of her life trying not to remember, the small, focused, deeply concentrated sound of a child working very hard at something that mattered to him. Not crying. Not frightened. Something else entirely. She opened the door. Harry was sitting cross-legged on the floor of the cupboard. She'd put an old camping mattress in there, a blanket, a few toys she'd found at the charity shop, all of which he'd arranged into a configuration that made no sense to her but apparently made sense to him. He was sitting very straight, which he always did, unnervingly straight for a toddler, and both his small hands were pressed flat against the wall. The wall was glowing. Not the wall exactly. What was on the wall? Because scraped into the plaster, not carved, not written, scraped, in deep sure lines that would take a grown man with a proper tool some effort to produce, were symbols. Dozens of them. Covering every wall of the small space, floor to almost ceiling, in patterns that looped and intersected and breathed with that gold light that had no right to exist. Harry turned and looked at her. His eyes, those green eyes she couldn't look at without feeling the splinter of something she kept buried, were completely calm. "Pretty," he said. And patted the wall with one small hand, proprietary, like he was showing her something he'd made and was pleased with. Petunia backed out of the cupboard, closed the door carefully, walked back into the kitchen, and stood over the mince until it burned. She didn't tell Vernon that night. She didn't tell him the next morning either, when she crept to the cupboard before 6 and found Harry asleep. curled on his side with one hand still touching the wall, the symbols now dark and ordinary looking, just scratches in plaster, she could almost convince herself, just the random marks of a small child's restless hands. Almost. She ran her finger along one of the lines. It was deep. Far too deep. And the shape of it, angular, deliberate, a geometry that her eye kept sliding off of, refusing to hold, was not random. Nothing about it was random. She'd seen something like it once. She'd been 15 and furious, and her sister had shown her a book. "Look, Toonie, look what I found," and she'd turned the page fast and shoved the book back and walked away, because she'd already decided by then that the choice between being impressed and being safe was not actually a hard one. The symbols in the book had looked something like this. She plastered over the cupboard walls that afternoon while Harry was in the garden. Mixed the plaster herself, didn't ask Vernon, smoothed it flat, let it dry. By evening you couldn't see the marks at all. By midnight they were back. She tried 3 more times over the next week. Plaster, paint, a thick layer of the rubbery waterproofing stuff Vernon had in the garage from some project he'd never finished. Every time, by morning, the symbols had returned. Not breaking through the new surface, replacing it. As though the wall itself had decided what it wanted to look like, and Petunia's opinions on the matter were noted and disregarded. The 4th time she found them back, she sat on the floor of the hall outside the cupboard and put her head in her hands. From inside, small sounds. Harry, awake, doing something quiet and private. She could hear him making a soft sound that might have been humming, might have been something else, something that felt, absurdly, like words in a language that hadn't quite finished inventing itself. She pressed the heels of her hands against her eyes. Lily, she thought, not for the first time and not for the last. What did you leave in my house? The physical symptoms started with Vernon, which was almost funny, in the grim way things were sometimes funny to Petunia when she was very tired. 3 weeks after the night of the shepherd's pie, Vernon came home from work with a headache. This was not unusual, Vernon's blood pressure was not a secret, and the commute from the firm had been getting longer every month. But this headache, he informed her, was different. This headache, he said, pressing his thick fingers to his temple, was behind his eyes and also sort of inside them, and it had been there since he walked through the front door. It was gone by the time he'd been at the office 10 minutes, he mentioned the next morning. Gone completely. Felt perfectly fine at work. Came back the moment he turned into Privet Drive. By October he'd been to the GP twice. By November he'd had a referral to a specialist in Guildford who found nothing wrong with him and charged a great deal for the finding. By December the symptoms had expanded, the headache, a persistent low nausea that no amount of Petunia's cooking could address, and a sensitivity to certain parts of the house. Certain very specific parts. The hallway. The area near the stairs. The small corridor between the kitchen and the sitting room that passed, on one side, the cupboard door. Vernon could not spend more than a few minutes in the hallway without going grey. He took to using the back door. Petunia watched this, and understood it, and said nothing. She had her own symptoms, which she managed better, she always managed things better than Vernon, this was simply true, but they were there. The low hum behind the ears. The way she sometimes caught the gold light in her peripheral vision when it wasn't there. The dreams, which she crushed the memory of each morning before they could fully form, because they had Lily in them, Lily laughing, Lily with her hands spread wide and the same light pouring from them that came from the marks on Harry's walls. She developed a route through her own house that minimized time in the affected areas. She was 41 years old and she was routing around a 3-year-old in a cupboard like water routing around a stone, and if she let herself feel how absurd and terrible that was for even a moment she would fall apart, and Petunia Dursley did not fall apart. She had made that rule a very long time ago. Harry was 4 when he first asked about the symbols. He'd found her in the kitchen, it was a Saturday, Vernon had taken Dudley to the park, one of those slightly bewildered outings Vernon organized where he stood at the edge of the playground and watched Dudley like a man watching a sporting event he was proud of but didn't fully understand, and Harry climbed onto a kitchen chair without being invited and put both hands flat on the table and looked at her. "What are the words?" he said. Petunia was washing up. She didn't turn around. "What words?" "The words on my walls." A pause. His voice was very precise. Even at 4 he chose words with a deliberateness that felt, to her, almost accusatory. "They're words, aren't they?" "They look like words. I think they say something." "They're just marks," she said. "You scratched the wall." "Children do that." Silence. The particular silence that meant he didn't believe her and was deciding what to do about it. "I scratched them," he said finally. "But I didn't know I was scratching them. They came out while I was sleeping, mostly." Another pause. "Or when I was very sad." She scrubbed at a pan that was already clean. "When you're sad," she said, tone carefully neutral. "When you and Uncle Vernon are very loud," he said simply, without accusation, the way he said most things. "I go into my cupboard and I feel better. And when I wake up there are more words on the wall. So I think maybe the words help. The way a plaster helps when you've got a cut. Maybe the words are a plaster." Petunia set the pan down very carefully in the drying rack. She thought about Vernon, grey-faced, taking the back door. She thought about the man in Guildford and his 300 pounds and his nothing wrong with him. She thought about the way Harry had said when you and Uncle Vernon are very loud, without any particular emotion, just reporting a fact, the way he always reported facts. "I don't know what the words say," she told him, which was true enough. "I'm going to find out," he said. She believed him completely. That was the worst part. 4 months before Harry's 7th birthday, the school library got a new librarian. Mrs. Figg, who lived 2 streets over and watched Harry after school on the days Petunia couldn't collect him, mentioned this to Petunia over the fence one Tuesday with the slightly too careful tone of someone delivering information they've been instructed to deliver. Petunia filed this away under the category of things she didn't want to examine too closely, which was a very full category, and said something non-committal about nice to have fresh blood. Harry came home from school 3 weeks later with a book under his arm. Not a school book. Not one of the thin, bright, simple paperbacks he sometimes brought home from the school's regular library shelf. This one was old, genuinely old, the spine dark with handling, the cover a deep green that had faded unevenly so that some parts were almost gray. There was no title on the cover. The spine said, in letters that had been pressed into the leather, Futhark and Further, Runic Systems of Northern and Pre-Classical Europe, with notes on application. Petunia stared at it. "Where did you get that?" she said. "Library." Harry set it on the kitchen table and began carefully opening it. "Mrs. Adelaide, the new one," she said she'd been waiting for someone to ask for it. Which is a funny thing to say since I hadn't asked for it. She just sort of appeared with it while I was looking at the symbol section. He opened to a page near the middle and smoothed it flat with both hands. She said it was on long-term hold for a specific student but the student had never come to collect it. She said I might as well borrow it. He looked up. His green eyes were very bright. "She didn't tell me how long the hold had been. I think it might have been a while." Petunia looked at the page he'd opened to. The symbols there were angular and deliberate and geometric, and they slid slightly when she tried to focus on them, and she had seen them before on the walls of a cupboard under her stairs. "You're not keeping that," she said. "I'll have it back by the return date," Harry said, which was not an agreement, and they both knew it. She didn't take it from him. She wasn't entirely sure she could have. He read it in 3 days. She knew because she found him on the 3rd evening at the kitchen table with the book closed in front of him and his hands folded on top of it, sitting with the peculiar stillness he had that Dudley absolutely did not and never had and probably never would. The stillness of someone who has just received news and is deciding what to feel about it. "Did you know," he said, when she came in, "that protective runes carved by a magical person in genuine emotional distress can become self-perpetuating?" Petunia did not say anything. "It means they keep renewing themselves. without the person having to do anything. Once they're deep enough in the structure of a place, they just stay. And they respond to the needs of whoever made them. He looked at the cover of the book. The book says it's very rare for someone to produce runes that way. Intentionally is much more common. It takes years of study usually, to produce runes that work at all. But the book says there are a few recorded cases of very young magical children producing them accidentally, when the emotional, he paused, pronouncing the next word carefully, circumstances were significant enough. Petunia moved to the kettle. Filled it. Put it on. Harry, they're protection runes, he said. Specifically. The ones in my cupboard. I found 3 of them in the index, ISA, and Algiz, and one they say is very old, pre-Elder Futhark, that doesn't have a common name anymore. It's the triple spiral one, the one that goes across the whole back wall. He was quiet for a moment. The book says that spiral one is associated with. He found the page he wanted and read carefully, warding against the influence of ill will directed at the practitioner, with specific intensification in the presence of active malice. He looked up. That means it gets stronger when someone is being horrible to me on purpose. The kettle began to heat. A small, domestic sound in a kitchen that had gone very still. The book also says, Harry continued, in the same calm tone he'd been using throughout, the tone that she sometimes thought was the most heartbreaking thing about him and never let herself examine why, that protective runes of this type affect people nearby. Specifically people with hostile intent. They can cause headaches. Nausea. He tilted his head. The book lists a few other symptoms. Some of them sound familiar. Petunia turned around. He looked back at her. Not triumphant. Not angry. Just, clear-eyed. The way he looked at most things. I'm not doing it on purpose, he said. I want you to know that. The runes, I mean. When I made them. I didn't know I was making anything. I was just, for the first time his voice changed slightly, lost some of its precision, became something more like a child's voice, I was just in my cupboard. And I wanted to feel safer. The kettle boiled. She didn't move to make the tea. You can feel safer, she said, finally, in the bedroom. The small one. Dudley's toy room. The words came out stiffly, like doors that hadn't been opened in a while. You can have that room. Harry looked at her for a long moment. Not with the relief or gratitude she was bracing for, which was its own strange thing to notice. Will it help? He said. Your headaches. She didn't answer. The runes will probably follow me, he said, not unkindly. They're mine. The book says they go where I go, mostly. But if I'm in a bigger room there'll be more wall. They might spread out more. He considered this. Like pressure in a pipe. If you make the pipe bigger the pressure drops. She stared at him. I'm 6, he said, reading her expression. Not 6 months. 6 years. You can talk to me like I understand things. I know, she said. Okay, he said. He picked up the book. I'll return this on Friday. Can I come back for it? There are 12 other books listed in the bibliography that I think might be useful. Petunia sat down at the kitchen table because she needed to sit down. Fine, she said. Thank you, Harry said, with perfect sincerity, and went upstairs. Over the following 2 years, the bedroom walls filled up. Not all at once. Not frantically. It happened the way everything happened with Harry, steadily, with a kind of methodical intention that was more unsettling than any dramatic outburst would have been. A new symbol would appear overnight, or Harry would press his hand to a section of wall in the evening and by morning there would be something new there, and Petunia learned to stop trying to understand the pattern and simply accept that there was one. The symptoms in the house shifted accordingly. The hallway remained the worst of it, the runes in the cupboard had been their longest and had the deepest roots, so to speak, but the entire upstairs of the house became, for Vernon, a place he could not comfortably go. He turned this into a kind of exaggerated masculinity. "Upstairs is yours, Petunia, I don't need all those stairs at my age," and took to sleeping in the recliner in the sitting room 3 nights out of 5, which Petunia found that she minded much less than she might have expected to. Dudley moved into the large bedroom. Harry's room, the small one, the toy room, the one that now had symbols running in careful interconnected lines from skirting board to ceiling, was across the hall. The two boys existed in a state of wary détente that bore no resemblance to the bullying dynamic that would have developed in a different house. Dudley, who was large and loud and unused to not getting his way, had made one early attempt at pushing Harry around. He was 4 and Harry was 6, and the logic was sound if the execution was not, and had stopped immediately when he got within a foot of Harry's bedroom door and felt something push back. Not physically. Nothing touched him. But something in the air around that door had a quality that Dudley's body, which was not stupid even when Dudley's mind was lazy, recognized as warning, and he'd retreated and gone to find something else to do and hadn't tried again. After that, they had a relationship that consisted mostly of ignoring each other with occasional, unexpected moments of connection. Harry once spent an entire afternoon helping Dudley understand why his toy racetrack wasn't working, a bend in the track Dudley couldn't see, and Dudley once, without comment or explanation, left a chocolate biscuit outside Harry's door. Harry ate it. Put the wrapper in the bin. Never mentioned it. This was the shape of things. On an evening in late July, 2 weeks before Harry's 8th birthday, Petunia was in the sitting room when she heard something she had not heard from Harry's room before. Not the usual quiet. Not the soft sounds of a boy reading, which was what he did most evenings. This was something that made the air in the house shift slightly, the way air shifted before a storm, and she put down her magazine and went into the hall and stood at the bottom of the stairs. From above, faintly, she could hear Harry's voice. He was speaking. In words. But not English, not any language she knew, a low steady stream of sounds that were rhythmic without being song, precise without being mechanical, words that felt like they had weight to them, physical weight, the kind that pressed against the inside of the chest. And the light, the gold light, the one she'd seen that first night and seen again and again in flickers and glimpses and still couldn't look at directly, was coming from under his door in a steady, even glow. She didn't go upstairs. She stood in the hall and listened to her nephew, her dead sister's son, the boy she had tried to make small and manageable and ordinary, speaking in a language she didn't know to walls that listened to him, and the whole house hummed with it, low and resonant and impossibly, deeply alive. It lasted perhaps 10 minutes. Then the light faded, the voice stopped, and the house went back to being a house. She went back to her sitting room. She picked up her magazine. She read the same paragraph 11 times and absorbed none of it. She had been expecting the letter. Had been expecting it, in a dull, distant way, since the morning she'd opened the door to find a baby in a basket and understood, on some level she'd never given voice to, that nothing about this would ever be finished. What she hadn't expected was Harry's reaction. He came downstairs on his birthday, his 11th birthday, which felt impossible, which felt like a timeline that belonged to someone else's life, and found the letter on the table, and picked it up, and looked at it with an expression she couldn't parse. Not surprise. Something more like recognition. "It says Hogwarts," he said. "Don't," she started. "I know what Hogwarts is," he said, which stopped her completely. He set the letter down. Looked at her. "I've known for about 2 years, I think. Mrs. Adelaide, she's not just a librarian, I'm pretty sure. The books she kept finding for me. Some of them mentioned it." He pulled out the letter, unfolded it with neat precise hands. "Read it. The owl," he added, almost as an aside, "has been watching the house since last week. A tawny one. It sits in the tree at the end of the garden." Petunia looked at the letter. At Harry. At the letter. "I'm not fighting this," she said finally. Because she wasn't. She'd known she wouldn't. The knowing of it felt very old, older than she wanted it to be. "You'll go. You'll do what you need to do." Harry folded the letter back up. He looked at her with those eyes, Lily's eyes, the ones she couldn't look at straight. "You don't have to be afraid," he said. "Of what I am?" "I'm not afraid," she said. He didn't argue. He had the quality, maddening and slightly admirable, of someone who could be lied to without losing track of the truth. "When you're gone," she said, before she could stop herself, "the runes." "Will they stay?" he said. "Yes. They'll stay. That's how they work." He tucked the letter into his pocket. "They'll probably be better, actually. Quieter. Without me here to," he searched for the word, "activate them." She nodded. He headed for the stairs, then paused with one hand on the banister and looked back. "There's a rune in the kitchen," he said. "Above the window. You can't see it easily. I put it there on purpose. It's not one of the ones I made without knowing. That one specific. It's a version of a ward against illness, with some modifications." He said modifications the way an engineer talked about calibrations. "You've had those headaches for years. That one should help." A pause. "I put it there about 6 months ago. I've been checking to see if it was working." She stared at him. He looked back, completely matter of fact, because this was simply what he did. He noticed things, he addressed them, and he didn't make a large production of caring about people, he just did it. "Has it been helping?" he asked. "I thought it was, but I couldn't be certain." Petunia thought about the headaches, which she'd had every day for 7 years and which had, quietly, over the last several months, become notably better. She'd credited the new paracetamol. She'd credited the better weather. She'd found a lot of things to credit. "Yes," she said, in a voice that came out very different from the voice she'd intended. Harry nodded, as though this confirmed the calculation. "Good," he said, and went upstairs. Petunia stood in the hall of her carefully arranged ordinary house, with its extraordinary walls and its extraordinary ward above the kitchen window, and thought about her sister, and about what it meant to love something you'd decided not to acknowledge, and whether those two things could exist in the same person without that person eventually breaking. She decided they probably could. She wasn't sure if that was hope or resignation. But Harry's footsteps moved above her through the rune-covered rooms, and the house, her house, the most ordinary house on the most deliberately ordinary street in Surrey, breathed around her like something ancient and awake, and she went to put the kettle on, because that was what you did. That was always what you did. That night, while Harry slept, Petunia went to the cupboard under the stairs for the first time since he'd been moved out of it. She took a torch. Pushed the door open. Crouched and shone the light on the walls. The runes were exactly as they'd always been. Deep, certain, interlocking. The triple spiral across the back wall. The paired sharp angles of the algies on either side. The long vertical line of the ISA, steady as a spine. She reached out and touched the triple spiral. It was warm under her hand. Not the warmth of a surface that had absorbed heat from the air, but a warmth that came from within, from some source inside the plaster and the wood and whatever the runes had made themselves into. Protecting, the book had said. Warding against ill will directed at the practitioner. He had been 3 years old. He had been in this cupboard in the dark and he had been, she made herself think the word, frightened, and this was what his magic had done. This was what it had built. Her throat did something she didn't allow to become anything more than a swallow. She took her hand off the wall. She turned off the torch and backed out of the cupboard and closed the door quietly, and stood in the hall for a moment in the dark of her sleeping house. The walls around her held their slow gold warmth that she couldn't see but had always been able to feel, if she was honest, and she was, sometimes, on the rare nights when the careful rows of her life looked a little less like safety and a little more like what they actually were. She was honest now, in the hall, in the dark. I'm sorry, she thought, to no one in particular. Or to everyone in particular. It amounted to the same thing. Then she went upstairs to bed. The house breathed around her. The runes held. Chapter 2, a dictionary of damage. The school library at St. Gideon's Primary was not supposed to have a section on ancient symbology. Harry knew this because he'd read every other section, not quickly, not the way some children read, gulping books whole and retaining only the flavor, but methodically, shelf by shelf, the way you'd survey new territory. He'd started in year 1 when he realized that the library was the one place in the school where no one expected you to be anything in particular. You could just be there, in the particular silence that libraries made, which was different from other silences, fuller, somehow, more inhabited. He'd read through natural history, through geography, through the thin shelf of mythology that was mostly Greek gods doing inadvisable things, through a section on codes and ciphers that had interested him very much, and through 2 complete shelves of fiction that he'd found mostly adequate and occasionally excellent. The symbologist section was not on any shelf he'd previously explored. It was on a Wednesday in November. He was 7.5, and it was raining with the specific grey commitment of an English November that has given up pretending it will ever be warm again, and he'd stayed in at lunch because Robbie Patterson and the 2 boys who followed Robbie Patterson around like pilot fish had decided that Harry's shoes were funny, which meant the playground was not currently available to him as a location. Not because he was afraid of Robbie Patterson. More because Robbie Patterson and the pilot fish were loud and dull in equal measure, and Harry had better things to do than stand in the rain listening to loud dull things. He was in the far back corner of the library, where the shelves were older and the books were the ones that never got checked out and gathered a fine layer of institutional dust, and he was looking at a gap between 2 shelves, a gap that shouldn't have been there because the wall was continuous. He'd walked past it a dozen times, and inside the gap was a small section of shelving he hadn't seen before. 4 shelves. Perhaps 30 books. He stood in front of them for a long moment. A 7-year-old's instinct would be to feel unsettled by a shelf of books that appeared where there hadn't been one before. Harry's instinct was to pull out the nearest book and read the title. Nordic Runecraft, a Practitioner's Survey. The next one, Symbolic Language in Pre-Migration Europe. The next, The Alphabet Before Alphabets. And then the one his hand stopped on, the one that seemed, not warmer exactly, but more present than the others, the way an object sometimes has a quality of being in focus even when nothing is literally in focus, the dark green book with no title on the cover and Futhark further pressed into the spine. He pulled it from the shelf. He opened it to the middle the way he always opened books, to get a sense of the texture of the thing before he committed to the beginning. The page it fell open to had a full illustration, a set of symbols rendered in heavy black ink, each one labeled in small precise text. He recognized 7 of them immediately. Not from anywhere he'd been taught. From the walls of his room. He sat down on the floor of the library, cross-legged, with the book in his lap, and began to read. He brought it home that afternoon with a library card in the front that said, in a handwriting he didn't recognize, Hold 4, HJP. The J could have been anything. The P was obviously him. Petunia saw it and went still in the way she sometimes did when things happened that she'd been waiting for without admitting she was waiting. He told her what he'd found and what it said and about the protective runes being self-perpetuating. He watched her face do the thing it did when she was keeping something in, a slight tightening around the eyes that she thought was invisible and wasn't, and he told her about the symptoms, the headaches and the nausea, which he'd understood for at least a year and had been thinking about how to address. He did not tell her that he'd already started working on an address for it. He wanted to be certain it was working first. He went upstairs with the book and spent the rest of the evening with it. He read it the way he read everything, with a pencil he wasn't supposed to have, making very small marks in the margins, dots, mostly, to mark things he wanted to return to. He marked 43 pages the first evening. He fell asleep at 10:30 with the book on his chest and dreamed about spirals. The next morning the wall above his desk had 3 new symbols he hadn't seen before. He sat up and looked at them. Picked up the book. Found them in the index on the second try. Held the page next to the wall and compared. Manas. Kenas. Raidho. Man torch. Journey. He sat with that for a while. Then he got up and had breakfast and went to school, and thought about all 3 of them all day. Kenas was the one he kept coming back to. The torch rune. The rune of illumination, of craft, of the controlled application of fire to useful purpose. The book had a full page on it, unusual for individual runes, most of which got half a page or a column, and the language it used was careful in a way that made Harry read each sentence twice. Kenas differs from other creative runes in its explicit association with directed understanding, the book said. Where Ansuz governs divine inspiration, knowledge that arrives, Kenas governs applied wisdom, knowledge that is built. It is the rune of the craftsman, not the prophet. Of the student, not the chosen. Kenas does not grant gifts. It rewards work. Harry reread this section so many times the page corners went soft. He liked this, the idea of a rune that rewarded work. He had suspected for some time that most of the interesting things in life were like that, not delivered but constructed, built from attention and effort and the willingness to sit with something difficult until it became less difficult. This was how he'd learned to read, at 3, before school, picking letters apart and putting them back together until they meant something. This was how he'd understood the runes on his walls before he'd had any book to confirm what he was understanding. The walls, it turned out, had been teaching him. He took the book to his room and sat on his bed and looked at the symbols on the walls with this new understanding, not just knowing what they were called, but knowing what they were built from, what they were trying to do. Algiz, tall and forked like a hand raised in warning. Isa, the straight ice line, stability under pressure. The triple spiral that the book said was so old its original name was lost, called only the ward in the 3 sources that mentioned it, and described in terms that made Harry's pulse move differently than usual. The ward is not a rune of prevention, the oldest source the book quoted had written. It does not stop. It responds. It is a living protection, not a wall but a mirror. What is sent against the bearer returns first to the sender, amplified by intent. Harry read this 3 times. He looked at the triple spiral on his wall. He thought about Vernon's headaches. He thought about Petunia routing through her own house like water around a stone. He hadn't made the ward to hurt anyone. He'd been very small and very frightened and he'd made it the way a child made anything in extremity, not with plan or intention but with pure wanting, the desperate creative want of a creature that needs something and does not yet know the word for what it needs. But it had worked exactly as designed, which meant his wanting had been more specific than he'd known. He sat with this for a long time, feeling something that wasn't quite guilt and wasn't quite satisfaction but lived in the territory between them. Then he picked up the pencil and the notebook he'd been keeping since October and wrote, "Find out if the ward can be modulated." Not removed. Modulated. Like a volume dial. Full effect for actual threats. Reduced effect for background hostility. Habitual hostility. The kind that isn't really about me. He underlined modulated. He drew the ward symbol next to it, from memory, without looking at the wall, and got every line exactly right. He spent 4 months on the modulation problem. He couldn't do it the way the book described doing intentional runic work, inscribe the symbol in the correct orientation using a tool of natural material, because every time he tried to add anything to the walls deliberately, the result was wrong. Flat. Like a drawing of fire instead of fire itself. The runes he'd made accidentally had a quality the deliberate ones lacked, something live in them, and he could feel the difference the way you could feel the difference between a word spoken and a word written. His magic, he was beginning to understand, did not work the way the books described. The books described runic magic as an exterior process. You made the symbol, you activated it with will and intention, you maintained it through periodic renewal. The rune was separate from the practitioner. A tool. Harry's runes were not tools. They were more like extensions. The way your hand was an extension of you, not something you picked up and put down. They responded to him, shifted with him, lit up when he was frightened or angry and settled into their warm steady hum when he was content. He couldn't add to them deliberately because that was trying to add a finger to his hand. What he could do, he discovered in February, after 3 months of failing to do anything else, was talk to them. Not in English. He didn't have words for the thing he was doing when he sat cross-legged on his bed in the dark and made the sounds that came out of him on those nights, the low rhythmic cadences that the book would have called Galdr if he'd found that section yet, which he hadn't. He just knew that when he sat in a certain way and breathed a certain way and made the sounds that felt like they belonged to the walls listened. And slowly, over February and into March, the ward's response shifted. It didn't go away. He didn't want it to go away. But it became, graduated. More sensitive to actual intent. The books had called it amplified by intent, and what he'd done, he thought, was make the amplification more precise. Vernon coming home from work, tired and vaguely resentful of Harry's existence in an automatic, unconsidered way, the ward would register this, but lightly. Like a pressure, not a blow. Vernon deliberately deciding to be cruel, the ward would hit him like a wall. He tested this in April by doing something he'd been told not to do and waiting for Vernon's reaction to cross from annoyance into the kind of deliberate unpleasantness that Vernon did with his size and his voice and the way he could fill a room with his contempt. The moment it crossed that line, Vernon went ash-gray and had to sit down. Harry logged this in his notebook. Responsive to intent, not degree, he wrote. Won't activate for ambient negativity. Activates immediately for directed malice. Threshold precise. Acceptable. He put the notebook away. He felt, sitting at his desk in his rune-covered room, something he didn't have a clean name for. Not triumph. Something quieter than that. The satisfaction of a mechanism working the way a mechanism should, of understanding something true about the world and being able to act on it. The school year turned. Spring came in the grudging incremental way it did in Surrey, warmth arriving in small installments like a payment plan. Harry turned 8. The Dursleys gave him a pair of Dudley's old trainers 2 sizes too large, which he accepted with equanimity, and Mrs. Figg from 2 streets over gave him, apparently spontaneously, a book on the history of ancient writing systems that had a full chapter on runic inscription in pre-Viking Scandinavia. He thanked her for it very sincerely and she looked at him with an expression that wasn't quite guiltless and said he was very welcome, and patted his hand too long. He was fairly certain she was watching him. He wasn't sure yet for whom. He put it in his notebook, Mrs. Figg. Not what she appears. Find out more. The summer was long and hot and uneventful in the way summers were uneventful when you had a project. Harry's project was the deeper bibliography. The book had listed 12 texts in its notes and references. Harry couldn't get all of them, several were academic publications that his school library definitely didn't carry and that Mrs. Adelaide, who he'd confirmed was absolutely not a regular librarian by the simple method of asking her directly, which had produced a fascinating 2-second pause before she deflected very professionally, could not or would not obtain. But 4 of them arrived over the summer by methods he'd stopped being surprised by. One was on the small table in the sitting room one morning with no explanation. One Mrs. Figg gave him with the transparent fiction that she'd found it at a jumble sale, funny thing. One appeared in his bedroom, which was more interesting, he'd woken to find it on his desk, and the ward symbols had been completely dark the previous night, so whoever had put it there had not read as a threat. The 4th one he stole. Not from a shop, he had some scruples, but from the shelf that had appeared in St. Gideon's library and apparently wasn't registered in any catalogue, which meant no one owned it in any official sense, which meant borrowed indefinitely covered it. He read them all. He filled 2 notebooks with observations, questions, and diagrams. He developed, over the long hot weeks, a working theory of how his magic operated, not how magic worked generally, he didn't have enough information for that, but how his magic worked, its specific logic and grammar. It was runic in nature, intrinsically. He didn't reach for spells or transformations, he reached for symbols, for inscription, for the deep structural change that runes made rather than the surface change of transfiguration. And it was relational. His magic responded to relationships, to his feelings about people, to the intent people carried toward him, to connections and their weights and their qualities. The ward was the purest expression of this. But once he started looking, he could see it everywhere. The way the light in his room shifted when someone he trusted came upstairs. The way objects in the house sometimes moved overnight, not dramatically, nothing cinematic, but incrementally, until they were in more useful positions, as though something was quietly optimizing his environment. A glass of water appearing on his desk when he'd been reading for 3 hours. His heaviest library book migrating from the floor to the shelf. Small things. Domestic things. His magic was, he thought, protective in its fundamental nature. Protective and practical. He added to his notebook, not a weapon. An environment. Magic that makes the space around me safe and functional. Like a house that knows what it needs to be. He looked at his walls. Like these walls, he added. Maybe that's it. Maybe what I actually am is, a builder. He sat with this for a long time, until the light outside went golden with late afternoon and Petunia called upstairs that dinner was ready. He went down. He sat at the table. Dudley talked about a television program with the passionate detail Dudley reserved for things he loved. Vernon ate in the focused way he ate when he was tired. Petunia served the food and asked Dudley a question and refilled Vernon's glass without being asked. And Harry sat in the middle of all of it and thought, my magic made this safer. Not better, I'm not sure I can make it better. But safer. He found this satisfying. Not in a vengeful way. In the way that building something functional and watching it function was always satisfying. Dudley figured it out in September. Harry had not expected this. He'd underestimated Dudley, which he noted as a mistake, not a catastrophic one, but a mistake worth recording. Dudley was not academically quick, was not particularly curious, was not interested in any of the things Harry was interested in. But Dudley was observant in a physical way, alert to his environment, sensitive to texture and atmosphere in the way that very physical people sometimes were, and he had been living adjacent to the most concentrated collection of active runes in Surrey for 2 years. He knocked on Harry's door on a Saturday afternoon. Harry, who had been deep in a diagram comparing 2 competing theoretical frameworks for runic amplification, said, "Come in," without looking up. Dudley came in. He stood in the middle of the room in the careful way he stood in Harry's room. He always moved more carefully in here, which Harry had noticed and attributed to the ward's ambient presence, and looked at the walls. "Why don't I feel sick anymore?" he said. Harry looked up. Dudley was 9. He was large for 9, already outpacing most of his year, with Vernon's stocky build and Petunia's fair coloring, and he had a directness that Harry had come to appreciate. Dudley didn't dissemble. He felt things and then he said the things he felt, usually in the order he felt them and without much editing. "You mean in the house?" Harry said. "I never felt sick here," Dudley said. "I mean, not like Mum and Dad. But there was always this." He made a gesture that was probably meant to indicate feeling and ended up looking like he was shaking something off his hand, weird feeling. "When Dad got angry. Or when Mum was in a bad mood. This kind of pressure. Like your ears doing that thing on a plane." Harry set his pencil down. He looked at Dudley with his full attention, which he gave to things that were genuinely interesting and withheld from things that weren't. "And now," he said. "It's gone," Dudley said. "Sort of. It's still there when they're properly cross. But not just. You know. Normally cross." He looked at the walls. "The squiggles changed, didn't they?" "The runes," Harry said. "Yes. I adjusted them." Dudley nodded slowly. He had, apparently, suspected this and come to confirm it. "Can I ask what they do?" Harry considered. He had a policy, formed instinctively rather than deliberately, of being honest when people asked him direct questions and gave the impression of being able to handle the answers. "They protect me," he said. "The original ones, the ones in the cupboard, I made them when I was 3 because I was frightened and the magic just came out. They were very broad. They responded to anyone with negative intent in the house, which caused headaches and nausea in people who had," he paused, choosing the word carefully, significant ill will toward me. Dudley was quiet. "I've refined them," Harry said. "They're more precise now. More specific. They respond to genuine malice rather than ambient bad mood." "Ambient bad mood," Dudley repeated. "Your dad comes home tired and vaguely irritated with the world in general," Harry said. "The runes used to read that as a threat. Now they can tell the difference." Dudley looked at his feet. He was wearing very clean trainers. He had 6 pairs, which Harry knew without bitterness because he'd long since processed the mathematics of their situation and found bitterness an inefficient response to mathematics. "Were you very frightened?" Dudley said. "When you were 3. Harry thought about the cupboard. About the small dark space and the sounds from outside and the wanting, the overwhelming, wordless, foundational wanting of something that just needed to be safe. "Yes," he said. Dudley nodded. He looked at the walls again, the symbols running in their careful interconnected patterns, warm and dark in the afternoon light. "They're quite beautiful," he said, with the particular awkwardness of someone who doesn't often say things like beautiful and isn't sure they should have said it now. "I know," Harry said. "Right." Dudley shifted his weight. "Good. Okay." He moved toward the door. Stopped. Turned back. He started, and stopped, and started again, because he was 9 and some sentences were hard. "I'm glad you fixed them. The difference, I mean. I'm glad you could do that." Harry looked at him. "Me too," he said. Dudley went out. His footsteps went down the hall, down the stairs, into the ordinary noise of the sitting room. Harry picked up his pencil. Sat for a moment. Added a new section to his notebook. Dudley. Observant. Noticed the modulation. Not hostile. He paused. Worth paying attention to. The autumn term brought a new teacher, Mr. Branscombe, who taught Year 4 maths and had a way of explaining things by drawing elaborate diagrams on the whiteboard that Harry found genuinely useful. He was the first teacher Harry had encountered who didn't have a visible reaction to Harry being better at things than expected. Most teachers had a brief moment of adjustment, a recalibration of expectations that Harry found slightly exhausting to watch. Branscombe just moved faster through the material and added additional problems at the end of worksheets that were clearly aimed at Harry specifically, without drawing attention to it. Harry respected this. He stayed after class one Thursday and asked Branscombe about the relationship between mathematical notation and symbolic language, whether the choice of symbol to represent a concept was arbitrary or carried meaning in itself. Branscombe looked at him for a moment. "That's a philosophy of mathematics question," he said. "Technically outside my remit." He picked up a marker. "The symbols in mathematics are arbitrary in origin but non-arbitrary in use. Once a symbol is adopted and used consistently, it becomes inseparable from the concept. The equal sign means equality in a way that's no longer separable from its appearance." He drew it on the board. Whether that meaning lives in the symbol or in the collective agreement to use it, that's where it gets complicated. "What if the symbol came first?" Harry said. "What if the symbol existed before the concept was formally understood, and the meaning accreted to it rather than being assigned?" Branscombe looked at him with the careful expression of an adult who has just had a conversation that wasn't quite what they expected. "Then you'd be talking about something closer to a glyph than a notation," he said. "A pictographic origin, like cuneiform or early hieroglyphics. The symbol representing the thing directly, not abstractly." He paused. "Are you asking about a specific symbol system?" "I'm asking theoretically," Harry said. "Theoretically," Branscombe said, putting the cap back on the marker, "meaning would be intrinsic to the symbol rather than consensual. The symbol would work regardless of whether anyone understood it, because it would be operating on the level of direct representation rather than agreed convention." He looked at Harry. "Rather like a key. Whether you understand how a key works or not, if it fits the lock, it opens the door." Harry went very still for a second. "Whether you understand it or not, if it fits the lock." He'd been thinking about his runes as things that needed to be understood to be used. But he'd made them at 3 without understanding anything. They'd worked because they were the right shape, not because he'd known they were the right shape. Understanding was coming after. The runes hadn't waited for him to catch up. He thanked Branscombe. Walked out into the corridor. Stood for a moment outside the classroom with his bag over his shoulder and rain hitting the windows and the sound of the school moving around him. Then he walked to the library, sat in his corner, and wrote 4 pages of notes without stopping. He had the dream for the first time in October. Not the one Petunia had, or if she'd had something like it, she'd never told him and he hadn't asked. His dream was specific and detailed and had the quality of memory rather than imagination, which was strange because it depicted things he hadn't witnessed. In the dream he was in a house he'd never been in. A small house, cozy, with books everywhere and a fire going, and a woman with red hair, red the color of autumn trees, real and bright, was sitting on the floor with a baby in her lap, and she was doing something with her hands, pressing symbols into the air with her fingertips, and the symbols hung their glowing gold before dispersing. She was teaching the baby. Or not teaching, demonstrating. Showing the baby something. The baby watched with enormous green eyes. In the dream Harry always understood, without anyone telling him, that the baby was him. And the woman was making the symbols the same way he made the symbols, not with effort, not with study, but with the ease of something already known, something fundamental, something his hands would have done in the dark. He woke from this dream and lay in his roomlit room and felt something he didn't often feel, something that lived below the surface of his usual careful management of his own emotions. He felt like something had been taken from him that he had a right to have. Not the power, he had the power, it was in his walls, it was in his hands, it was in the notebook on his desk and the low hum of the air in his room. The teaching. The showing. The woman who would have sat on the floor and demonstrated and said like this, "Harry, watch, like this." He lay in the dark for a while. Then he got up, sat cross-legged on his bed, and spoke to the walls in the way he'd learned to speak to them, the low rhythmic gald that wasn't quite English and wasn't quite anything else. The walls warmed. The symbols brightened and settled. His magic, whatever else it was, had always answered him. He supposed that would have to be enough. It wasn't, quite. But it was something real, and real things could be worked with. He picked up his notebook when the light came back to normal. Added a line under his observations on relational magic. The runes responded before I understood them. Understanding is not activation. Understanding is just, knowing what's already true. He read it back. That might be the most important thing I've found so far. He put the notebook away. Outside, Surrey was dark and ordinary and utterly ignorant of itself. Inside, the walls of a small room held their ancient careful light, patient as foundations, deep as the thing that builds foundations and does not ask to be thanked for it. Chapter 3, What the Letter Knows. The owl arrived on a Tuesday. Harry had been expecting it since Saturday, which was when he'd felt the change in the ward, a subtle thing, less a sound than a pressure shift, the way the air in a room changes when someone who belongs there walks in. Something had oriented toward the house. Something deliberate and official, carrying the specific magical signature of institutional intent. He'd noted it in his notebook on Saturday evening, incoming. Magical origin. Not hostile, formal. Within the week. Tuesday morning it landed on the kitchen windowsill while Petunia was making toast and Vernon was reading the financial section of the paper with the aggressive engagement of a man who doesn't fully understand what he's reading but finds the performance of understanding useful. The owl was large and tawny, the same one that had been sitting in the tree at the end of the garden since last week, which Harry had also noted, and it tapped the glass once with its beak in a way that managed to be both polite and completely non-negotiable. Petunia turned from the toast and looked at it. Vernon looked up from his paper. Harry, who was eating cereal with a book propped against the milk jug, reached over and opened the window without looking up from his page. The owl hopped in, stuck out its leg with the envelope attached, and looked at Harry with the professional detachment of a creature that has done this many times and has opinions about the efficiency of the households it services. Harry took the letter. The owl accepted a crust of toast from the counter, helping itself with the calm confidence of something that knows it has earned it, and departed. Harry looked at the envelope. Mr. H. Potter, The Small Bedroom, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. The handwriting was green. The paper was thick and heavy in a way that had nothing to do with weight and everything to do with significance. He turned it over. The wax seal was dark red, embossed with 4 quadrants, a lion, an eagle, a badger, a snake. He'd read about this seal in one of the books. He opened it. Vernon had put down his paper. "Who is that from?" "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," Harry said, reading the letterhead. He scanned the letter, the formal welcome, the supply list, the instruction about the leaky cauldron. He flipped to the second page. The supply list was extensive and interesting. He made a mental note about the potions textbook, which he'd seen referenced twice in his reading and had been trying to locate for 6 months. "Absolutely not," Vernon said. Harry looked up. Vernon was doing the thing where he took up more space than he physically needed to, inflating slightly with the particular energy of a man who has decided to win something. His face was going red in a pattern Harry had catalogued, the neck first, then the jaw, then the cheeks, the progression of a man whose body had very little patience for the gap between what he wanted to say and what he thought he was allowed to say. The ward, Harry noticed, was doing nothing. Vernon was angry, but it was undirected anger, the blunt instrument fury of someone confronting a thing they don't understand. No intent behind it. Just pressure. "I'm going," Harry said, pleasantly. "You are not going to some freak school," Vernon, Petunia said. Both of them looked at her. She was still facing the toaster, her back to the table, her hands flat on the counter. Her voice had a quality Harry hadn't heard from her before, not softness exactly, but a kind of deliberate flatness, the voice of someone who has decided to stop fighting the tide. "He's going," she said. "We've discussed this." They hadn't discussed it in front of Harry. But looking at Petunia's straight back and Vernon's suddenly recalibrated face, recalibrated to the expression he wore when he'd lost an argument and was looking for someone to blame for it, Harry understood that this conversation had happened. Probably more than once. Probably with the grinding, circling exhaustion of a disagreement that had no resolution because one party had already accepted the outcome. Vernon opened his mouth. "The letter," Petunia said, still not turning around, "says there's a visit to London to collect supplies. We'll take him on Saturday." Petunia, "I'm not going to some magical, then I'll take him myself," she said. The toast popped. She picked it up and began buttering it with the focused precision of a woman doing something with her hands so she doesn't have to do anything with her face. The kitchen went quiet. Harry ate his cereal. Saturday arrived with the overcast indifference of a July morning that hasn't decided yet whether to be warm. Petunia dressed in her good beige coat, which told Harry she was treating this as a formal occasion even if no one else was, and they took the train into London without Vernon, who had found a pressing engagement with his own discomfort. Dudley had asked to come. Petunia had said no, and the look on her face when she said it was the look of someone managing multiple anxieties simultaneously, which Harry understood. Dudley coming would mean Dudley seeing, and Dudley seeing would mean having a conversation with Dudley about what he'd seen, and Petunia was not, Harry suspected, ready to have that conversation yet. Dudley had looked at Harry over the breakfast table with an expression that clearly communicated he would want a full debrief later. Harry had given him a small nod that communicated he would receive one. On the train Petunia sat very upright and looked out the window and didn't say anything for the first 20 minutes. Harry read the supply list again. He'd memorized it on Tuesday but found rereading useful, sometimes the second read surfaced things the first had glossed over. "Your mother," Petunia said, abruptly, when they were coming into Waterloo. Harry looked up. She was still looking out the window. "She got her letter the same way. Owl at breakfast." She paused. My mother nearly had a heart attack. My father laughed. Another pause, longer this time. I didn't react well. Harry said nothing. He knew, instinctively, that what Petunia was doing required silence around it. She was so pleased, Petunia said, in a voice that had a quality he hadn't heard from her before, something that lived underneath the careful arrangement of herself, something old and unresolved. She couldn't understand why I wasn't pleased for her. The train pulled into Waterloo. Were you not pleased? Harry said. Petunia picked up her bag. I was 15, she said. 15-year-olds are not, as a general rule, pleased when the world divides into two categories and they find themselves in the less interesting one. She stood. Come along. He followed her off the train and thought about this. About being 15 and watching your sister become something extraordinary and feeling the ordinary close around you like a room getting smaller. He thought he understood it, in a limited way. He thought most people who had ever felt like the wrong shape for their own life understood something of it. He didn't say this. They found the leaky cauldron on a grey London street that Harry's eye kept sliding past, the same property as his walls, he noticed, the same quality of being visible only when you committed to seeing it. Petunia walked toward it with her chin up and her jaw set, which was the posture she adopted when doing something that required courage and she didn't want it to look like courage. The pub inside was dim and smelled of something smoky and warm. The patrons were various, a woman with hair that was currently purple, two old men playing chess with pieces that moved when they lost, a figure in the corner wearing robes that were doing something Harry couldn't quite categorize. He looked at everything. The barman appeared, Tom, ancient and gap-toothed, drying a glass, and froze when he looked at Harry. Not at Petunia. At Harry. That specific kind of freeze, Harry recognized. He'd seen it before on Mrs. Figg's face, on Mrs. Adelaide's face, on the faces of one or two other adults who'd passed him in the street and done a double-take they immediately tried to erase. The freeze of someone for whom his face meant something before it had the chance to mean anything he'd put into it. Then the barman said, "Bless me. Harry Potter." And every head in the pub turned. The next 4 minutes were educational. 6 people came over. One shook his hand with both hands and tears in his eyes. One elderly witch pressed a coin into his palm and said "For luck, dear, for luck," and patted him on the cheek and departed. One man in very patched robes clapped him on the shoulder and said your dad would be so proud, and then apparently couldn't continue. Harry stood in the middle of it and was polite and attentive and processed it with the part of his brain that processed interesting data. They had a story about him. All of them. A story that had been running for 10 years without him in it, a story where he was an infant and a sacrifice and a symbol and a savior, all before he was old enough to form the memories he'd been apparently making for other people. He found this genuinely fascinating and faintly uncomfortable in equal measure. Petunia, beside him, had gone the particular rigidity of a woman who would like to be somewhere else and will not allow that preference to be visible. She bore it the way she bore most things, with her spine straight and her face arranged and her feelings apparently mailed to a different address. When the 6th person finished telling Harry that they'd always known he'd survive, that they'd always known he'd come back, that they'd always known, and this was the word they all used, Harry noticed, always knew, as if the future were a thing they'd been holding safe for him to walk into, Harry said, very clearly, "How?" The man blinked. "How did you always know?" Harry said. "What made it knowable?" The man opened and closed his mouth. Harry waited, genuinely curious. "Well," the man said, "the prophecy, that is, the boy who lived, you survived, after all, I survived because my mother died to protect me," Harry said, because this was what the book said, the few references to that night he'd found. "That was her doing. Not mine. I was 14 months old." An uncertain silence. "What I'm asking," Harry continued, pleasantly, "is what the story you have about me is actually based on. Because it sounds like it's based on something that happened to me rather than anything I did, and I'm wondering how you knew enough to always know, and I'm wondering what exactly you think you knew." Petunia put her hand on his shoulder. "We should get on," she said, with a firmness that brooked no argument. Harry let himself be steered toward the back of the pub. Behind them he could hear the low excited rumble of the patrons resuming, the specific energy of people who have been near something significant and are now processing it communally. "Did you have to do that?" Petunia said quietly. "I was asking genuinely," Harry said. "I know you were. That's what made it difficult to watch." She tapped the brick wall in the precise pattern. She knew the pattern, Harry noted, she knew exactly which bricks to tap, and the archway opened onto Diagon Alley. The alley opened up in front of him and Harry stopped. He hadn't meant to stop. He was not generally someone who stopped involuntarily. But the sheer density of it, the magic in the air, not ambient the way his rooms were ambient but concentrated, layered, the accumulated magical history of hundreds of years of people building and trading and arguing and living, hit him in a way he hadn't been prepared for. The ward symbols, he could feel, were doing something in response. Not activating. Waking up. Like a person who has been in a quiet room all their life walking out into a city. He stood in the entrance to Diagon Alley and felt his own magic orient to its surroundings with the quiet attention of a creature that has found its environment, and felt something loosen in his chest that he hadn't known was tight. "Okay," Petunia said. "Very okay," he said. She looked at him for a moment. At his face, which was doing things she was probably finding difficult to categorize, because it was doing them all at once. "Right," she said. "Gringotts first. Your parents left, there's an account. I have a key." She opened her handbag, produced a small brass key with the peculiar inevitability of a woman who has been carrying it for 10 years and known this day was coming. "I've had it since the beginning. You'll need it going forward." He took the key from her. It was small and warm from being in her bag. He held it for a moment. Thought about what it meant that she'd carried it this long. What it meant that she was handing it over without being asked, on a street full of magic she'd spent 10 years pretending she didn't know anything about. "Thank you," he said. She looked away. "Don't thank me. Just don't lose it." Gringotts was everything his instincts had prepared him for and more. The goblins were precisely as unsentimental as beings who managed the material wealth of an entire hidden civilization had a right to be. The cart system was excellent, fast, purposeful, no unnecessary ornamentation, and the vault was at a depth that made the air smell like deep earth and old stone. He liked this. He liked the goblins' refusal to perform warmth they didn't feel. His vault was not small. He looked at it for a moment, the money, yes, but also what was stacked in the corners, wrapped in cloth, items from his parents' life that someone had thought to place here. He didn't open the wrapped items. Not today. He had a list to get through and a limited window before everything became too much. He took what he needed for the supply list, added a substantial margin, and had the presence of mind to ask the goblin, Ragnarok, who had the air of someone who had been managing young wizard accounts for 2 centuries and had extremely calibrated patience for their nonsense, whether there were any items in the vault that had been designated for him specifically. Ragnarok looked at him. "Most account managers wouldn't think to ask that," Ragnarok said. "I'm not most," Harry said, not unkindly. Ragnarok almost smiled. It was a very goblin almost smile, thin, sharp, technically satisfied. "There is one item," he said. "Left by your maternal grandmother. Keyed to your 11th birthday." He produced a small package from somewhere in the vault Harry hadn't noticed. Handed it over. Harry opened it. Inside was a piece of folded parchment and, beneath it, a ring, bronze, plain, with a single rune engraved into the surface that made his breath stop for a second because it was the ward rune. The triple spiral. Exactly as he had it on his walls. He unfolded the parchment. The handwriting was not Lily's, he'd seen enough of Lily's handwriting in the books to recognize it, or the sense of it. This was older, more formal. "For the witch or wizard who inherits the Potter Evans runic gift," it said. "It skips generations and comes back changed. If you're reading this, it came back to you. The ring holds the ward. Wear it when you're somewhere the walls can't protect you. It'll know what to do. Your grandmother, Euphemia. He looked at the ring for a long time. Then he put it on. It resized immediately, settling onto his right index finger with the certainty of something that had been waiting. He folded the note. Put it in his pocket. Thank you, he said to Ragnarok. Happy birthday, Ragnarok said, which was the most unexpected sentence Harry had heard all week. They worked through the supply list methodically. Harry had opinions about the bookshop that Petunia had to physically redirect him from. He would have stayed 3 hours, he knew this about himself, and they had a schedule. He got the required texts and then, because Petunia had stopped at the shop entrance and was looking at the street with the expression of someone who needs a moment in which to not be anything in particular, he went back in and collected 6 additional texts on subjects that weren't on the list. Ancient Runes wasn't offered until 3rd year. He wasn't waiting until 3rd year. The wand shop was the last stop. Ollivander's. The sign above it old enough that the gold had gone into the grain of the wood. Harry had thought, from the books, that he knew what to expect. He'd read about wand selection, about the process, about the general principle of matching. He had not been prepared for Ollivander himself. The old man appeared from the shadows of the shop the way things appeared in Harry's life that were significant, without announcement, with the quality of having always been about to appear. His eyes were the pale silver of something ancient trying to remember what color it used to be, and they fixed on Harry with a precision that was different from the recognition in the pub. In the pub they'd seen the story. Ollivander looked at him and saw him, actually looked, the way Harry looked at things, with the attention of someone cataloging rather than assuming. Harry Potter, Ollivander said. Mr. Ollivander, Harry said. Your mother, Willow, 10 1/4, swishy. Excellent for charms. He came closer. Your father, Mahogany, 11 inches, pliable. Good for transfiguration. He was looking at Harry's hands. His right hand specifically. At the ring. His expression changed. May I see that? He said. Harry held out his hand. Ollivander did not touch the ring, he bent close and examined it with those silver eyes, and whatever he saw there made something shift in his face. The ward rune, he said. The old one. Pre-elder. He straightened. You've been producing these yourself? Since I was 3, Harry said. Ollivander was quiet for a moment. He looked at Harry with something that might have been, in a more effusive person, wonder. Well, he said. That does complicate wand selection. Does it? One craft assumes a channel, Ollivander said, moving to the shelves. The wand focuses and directs. But if your magic already has a native structure, a runic framework, the wand needs to complement it rather than impose on it. He ran his fingers along a row of boxes without looking. You'll want something old. Not in age, in nature. Something from a core that understands binding. He produced a box. Dragon heartstring. 11 inches. Elm wood. He handed Harry the wand. Harry took it. Felt, nothing wrong, but nothing right either. The wand was trying to configure to him and finding his magic too specific for a general fit. Ollivander took it back without being asked. 12 wands. Each one producing something mildly interesting, lights, sparks, a minor reorganization of the items on the counter, and each one Ollivander reclaiming with the focused dissatisfaction of a craftsman whose work isn't meeting its own standard. On the 13th, Ollivander stood still for a moment before offering it. This one, he said, slowly, I had set aside. I've had it for 20 years and I couldn't tell you who it was for. That's unusual, I usually know. He held it out. Holly. 11 inches. Phoenix feather. Harry took it. The ward on his ring warmed immediately. Not the way it warmed in his rooms, that was the broad ambient warmth of deep inscription. This was more specific. A recognition. The ring and the wand were reading each other, and then they were reading him, and the result was a sense of alignment, like the moment in a mechanism when everything clicks into the correct position and the whole thing can finally run. The wand sent a cascade of gold sparks into the air, not a brief flash, a sustained stream, arcing like a fountain, filling the dim shop with warm light, and in the pattern of the sparks Harry could see, or not quite see, the way you saw the ward on his walls, the shapes of runes. Moving. Arranging. Recognizing. Ollivander watched this with his silver eyes. As I said, he said quietly, when the sparks settled. Complimentary, rather than imposing. A pause. Curious. The feather, Harry said. There's another wand with a feather from the same phoenix. Yes, Ollivander said. I suppose you've read about that. I'd like to understand the connection, Harry said. Not today I have more immediate things to do. But at some point. Ollivander looked at him. You could come back, he said. Before term. There are things about runic wandcraft that aren't in any published text, because the intersection of native runic magic and wand magic is rare enough that most accounts are anecdotal. He glanced at the ring again. I've been hoping to meet someone who could discuss it practically. Saturday after next, Harry said. 2:00. Very good, Ollivander said, with the satisfaction of a man whose patience has been rewarded. I'll have tea. Outside in the alley, Petunia had found a bench near the entrance to Flourish and Blots and was sitting on it with a cup of tea from somewhere. The alley had, apparently, tea, and watching the crowd with the expression of a woman doing something difficult with a great deal of internal resistance. Harry sat next to her with his bags. There's a ring, he said, in the vault. My grandmother's. Apparently the runic thing, the way I make them, specifically, is hereditary. She had it too. Petunia looked at the ring on his hand. Euphemia, she said. You knew her. I met her. A pause. Twice. She was formidable. She had Lily's hands. She looked away. She came to see me, actually. When you were about 6 months. After, she stopped. She said the house would be safe. She said the old blood magic in your family would activate to protect you when you needed it. She looked at the ring again. I didn't understand what she meant then. Harry said, but you do now. I know what the walls are, she said. I knew within a week of you making them. I just chose not to. She stopped. Tried again. I didn't want to look at it. Because it was like Lily, he said. The silence that followed was the kind that had weight and texture and things living in it. You have her hands, Petunia said, very quietly. Harry looked at his hands. The ring on the right. The wand, currently in his jacket pocket, 11 inches of holly that had just rewritten his understanding of what he was. Tell me about her, he said. Petunia looked at him for a long moment. The alley moved around them, owls and cauldrons and the complicated smell of a place where magic was simply the medium of ordinary commerce. Someone was arguing with an apothecary 2 shops down. A small child nearby was making their toy broomstick do things a toy broomstick was not rated for. She used to practice on the walls of her bedroom too, Petunia said. Not runes, she didn't have that. But she'd light things up. Draw with her finger and leave trails of light. She didn't know she was doing it half the time. A pause. She'd show me, when we were small. Before she knew she wasn't supposed to. She straightened slightly, the posture adjustment of someone reclaiming some composure. She was generous with it. With me. I always thought that was the cruelest part. Harry said nothing. I'm not going to apologize, Petunia said, which surprised him until she continued, I'm not going to insult you with an apology, because an apology implies it was an error in judgment and I think we both know it was worse than that. I was unkind because being kind to you required acknowledging things I'd decided not to acknowledge, and I didn't want to. She looked at the bench, at her hands on her knees. I want you to know I know that. The difference matters to me, even if it doesn't to you. Harry thought about the ward above the kitchen window. The one he'd put there 6 months ago and monitored carefully, calibrated to reduce her headaches, the one he'd never mentioned and she hadn't asked about until he'd brought it up himself. It matters, he said. She nodded once, briskly, and stood up. Right. I believe we still need your cauldron. She picked up her bag. Come along. He stood. Followed her into the moving crowd of the alley. He felt the ward on his ring hum softly, and thought about what his grandmother had written, it'll know what to do. He was beginning to trust that. They were on the train home when Harry, looking out the window at the outskirts of London giving way to green, said, there are people watching me. Petunia, who had been reading a magazine, went still. Not hostile, Harry said. Not exactly. More, monitoring. Mrs. Figg. Mrs. Adelaide. Probably others I haven't identified. He turned from the window. Someone set this up. Someone put the watching system in place. Someone has been managing my introduction to the magical world in a very deliberate way. He looked at Petunia. You know who? Petunia put down her magazine. Dumbledore, Harry said. Not a question. Petunia was quiet for what felt like a carefully chosen amount of time. He brought you to us, she said. He made the arrangement. The protection. She seemed to choose her next words with great care. He explained it as being about Lily's sacrifice. The blood magic. That as long as you could call the place your mother's family lived home, you'd be protected. The ward predates that, Harry said. Yes, Petunia said. I always wondered if he knew that. Harry looked out the window. Green fields now, the reassuring unremarkability of the English countryside. I think, he said, that he knows quite a lot. About me specifically. I think the situation has been curated, to some extent, and I'd like to know what the purpose of the curation is. A pause. Not because I'm angry about it. More because anyone who understands my situation better than I do is a variable I should account for. Petunia looked at him with an expression he was beginning to recognize, the expression she wore when he said something that produced in her a complicated combination of emotions, one of which was usually something that lived in the vicinity of I should have done better by you. He'll be at Hogwarts, she said. Headmaster. I know, Harry said. He's very, she paused. He's very much the kind of person who believes the picture he has of you is more complete than it actually is. Harry smiled, which he didn't do often in a large way, but which when it appeared had a quality that was difficult to describe, warm, genuine, and somehow completely unintimidated. Then we'll have something to talk about, he said. Outside, England passed by in its green and ordinary way, completely ignorant of the boy in the train window who was thinking about curated circumstances and ancient rings and the shape of a plan he hadn't been consulted about, turning it over in his mind with the focused patience of someone who has been reading other people's locked rooms for years and has a very good sense of which key will fit. The night before the Hogwarts Express, Harry sat in his room for what he understood was, in some meaningful sense, the last time it would be entirely his. He'd come back to this room. He knew that. But the person coming back would have more to bring with them, and rooms change when the people who fill them do. He sat cross-legged on the bed and looked at the walls. Every symbol. The original 7 from the cupboard, roots so deep they'd persisted through plaster and paint and time. The gradual additions, the kenas above his desk, the manas near the door, the raidho that had appeared the morning after his dream about his mother. The ones he'd learned to name and the ones that didn't have names in any book he'd found. The word above the door that he'd put there deliberately, his first successful intentional inscription, he could tell the difference between his intentional work and the instinctive work. Now, the intentional was slightly cleaner, slightly more precise, like the difference between natural and cultivated growth. He pressed his hand flat against the wall. Felt the warmth. He thought, I have been safe here. Not happy, safety and happiness were different variables, but safe. And the safety had been his own. Built by him in the dark when he was 3 and extended and refined over years into something that had structured an entire house around his well-being. He had never been powerless. Not once. He just hadn't had the vocabulary yet. He took his hand off the wall. Picked up his wand from the desk. Held it. Felt the ward in the ring and the ward in the walls and the ward in whatever it was that lived in his chest where most people kept their fear. Right, he said, to no one in particular. To his walls, maybe. To the room that had held him. He put the wand on the nightstand. He lay down. He slept, and did not dream of his mother, and was neither relieved nor disappointed. He understood that dreams came when they needed to, not when he needed them to. The walls held their light. The house breathed. Somewhere at the end of the garden, the tawny owl, done with its professional obligations, perched in its tree and watched the dark. Chapter 4, The Sorting of Dangerous Things. The Hogwarts Express left at 11. Harry arrived at King's Cross at 10:15, which gave him 45 minutes to find the platform, manage his trunk, and observe the population of children who would be his peers for the next 7 years. He considered this adequate time. He was not someone who needed to rush arrivals. He preferred to come early enough to watch things settle into their natural patterns before he inserted himself into them. Petunia had come with him as far as the station entrance. She'd stood on the pavement with her good coat and her straight spine and looked at the trolley with his trunk on it and the owl cage. He'd acquired an owl, a small and extremely opinionated tawny called Rune, who had chosen him at the magical menagerie by the simple method of landing on his head and refusing to leave, and said nothing for a moment. Then, right. I will, Harry said. She looked at him. That look she'd been doing more of lately, direct, slightly pained, the look of a woman paying a debt she'd been accruing for a long time. The books, she said. From the library. They're in the study, on the bottom shelf. I've kept them all. Harry stared at her. She picked a piece of lint off her coat that wasn't there. In case you needed them over the summers, she said, crisply. Which you will. So. They're there. He looked at her for another moment. She bore it. Thank you, he said, and meant it in all the ways that word could carry. She nodded once, turned, and walked back to the car with her head up and her bag over her arm and her shoulders carrying the specific tension of a woman who has done something that required courage and is now processing the relief and the grief of it simultaneously. Harry watched her go. Then he turned and went to find a wall between platforms 9 and 10. The platform was a different country. Not literally. He understood it was folded into the infrastructure of King's Cross through the same spatial magic that made the leaky cauldron invisible and the Diagon Alley entrance impossible to find unless you knew to look. But the quality of it was different. The air was different. Thicker with magic, with anticipation, with the energy of 200 or 300 children and their families compressed into a space that smelled of steam and owl feathers and the particular anxiety of beginnings. Harry stood at the entrance to the platform for a moment and let the ward calibrate. This was something he'd been doing more consciously since Diagon Alley, actively attending to what the ward was registering, the way you might check a weather instrument before deciding what to wear. The ward on his ring ran a constant low survey of the emotional landscape around him, intent, weight, direction. Most of what came back was the standard noise of a crowd, excitement, nerves, a thin thread of parental grief from the adults watching the train. One signal was different. Off to his left. A boy about his age, standing near a pillar with a trunk that had a sticker of a flower on it. The sticker was incongruous, clearly applied by someone much younger, either a sibling or an earlier self, and the signal from him was not excitement or nerves in the usual ratio. It was a different mix. Nerves, yes. Underneath that, something quiet and persistent, the low-grade misery of someone who has been told they are inadequate so many times that they've started to maintain it as a baseline. Harry knew what that felt like. He walked over. The boy looked up when Harry stopped next to him. He was round-faced, soft-featured, with the look of someone who had recently finished crying and was hoping it wasn't visible. It was, slightly, but Harry wasn't going to mention it. "Is this your first time on the platform?" Harry said. The boy blinked. "Yes." "Is it that obvious?" "No," Harry said. "I was just asking because I've never been either and I thought it might be useful to navigate it together. There's a system to getting the trunk on the train and I'd rather not puzzle it out alone." This was not entirely true. Harry was perfectly capable of managing his own trunk, but it was true enough and it was offered in the spirit of giving the other person something useful to do. The boy seemed to understand, on some level, that he was being managed into feeling better about himself. He also seemed to not mind. "Neville," he said, sticking out his hand. "Neville Longbottom." "Harry Potter," Harry said. Neville's eyes went wide. "I know," Harry said. "I'm working on a response that's less startling." "Nothing yet." He took hold of his trolley. "Shall we?" Neville took hold of his own trolley with the expression of someone who has just been told they have a purpose, which was the most useful expression a person could have when getting on a train. They managed both trunks with minimal difficulty and found a compartment 2/3 of the way down that was empty and had good sight lines, which Harry preferred. Roone, in his cage, looked at Neville with the professional assessment of a bird who took his role as personal security very seriously. "Brilliant owl," Neville said. "He thinks so too," Harry said. "He's called Roone. Don't let him intimidate you, he's all opinion and no action." Roone gave Harry a look of profound betrayal. Neville laughed. It was a surprised laugh, the kind that escapes before the person can decide whether they're allowed to laugh, and it changed his face completely, opened it up, took years off it. Harry filed this away. Neville Longbottom, when allowed to be surprised into genuine reaction, was actually quite good company. "What house do you think you'll be in?" Neville said, settling into his seat. "I don't know," Harry said. "Probably Gryffindor. My parents were. But I don't feel strongly about it." He was being honest, he genuinely didn't feel strongly. Houses were sorting mechanisms, and sorting mechanisms reflected the criteria you'd built them around. Whatever Hogwarts was sorting for, he was more interested in what the sorting would reveal about the criteria than what it would reveal about him. "Gran wants Gryffindor," Neville said, in the tone of someone describing a weather condition they don't control. "She says the Longbottoms are always Gryffindors. My dad was. My uncle Algie bets me I'll be Hufflepuff and doesn't try to make it sound like a compliment." "What do you want?" Harry said. Neville looked at him. The question had apparently landed strangely. "I haven't really, I just assumed it was about what everyone else wants," Neville said, slowly. "Well," Harry said, "it's your education. It should probably be about what you want at least some of the time." Neville sat with this. The train lurched into motion, a great exhalation of steam, the platform beginning to slide past the window, the last parents raising their hands in the particular helpless gesture of people watching something important leave. "Herbology," Neville said, after a while. "I want to learn herbology. I don't really care which house has the best greenhouse access, I just want to be somewhere I can learn things without someone waiting for me to get it wrong." "That seems like a reasonable thing to want," Harry said. "Gran says wanting things is the first step to being disappointed," Neville said. "Your Gran," Harry said, carefully, "sounds like someone who was disappointed enough times that she built a philosophy around it." "That's understandable. It's not necessarily good advice." Neville looked at him. "You're very," he started. Stopped. "You say things very directly. Is that all right?" "Yes," Neville said, surprised. "Yes, actually. Most people aren't." He looked out the window at England unrolling its green. "Most people sort of float around what they mean. Or they say the mean thing and make it sound like concern." "I've noticed that," Harry said. "I prefer to just say the thing. It's more efficient and it respects the other person more." They sat in the comfortable quiet of two people who have discovered they are compatible, which was a different quality from ordinary quiet. Ron settled onto his perch with the dignity of a bird who has decided the situation meets his standards. Hermione Granger arrived at their compartment door at 12:30. She actually knocked, which Harry noted as unusual. Most people at this age either barged in or hovered, and opened the door 2 inches. "Do you mind?" she said. "Everywhere else is full or..." She glanced back down the corridor with an expression of mild exasperation that was doing a great deal of work, occupied by people performing Being 11 very loudly. "Come in," Harry said. She came in. She was brown-skinned, brown-eyed, and had hair that suggested an ongoing negotiation with physics that physics was not consistently winning. She sat down, arranged her bag with the precision of someone who knows exactly what's in it and where, and looked at both of them with the direct appraisal of a person who assesses situations quickly. "Hermione Granger," she said. "Harry Potter. Neville Longbottom." She looked at Harry with the flicker of recognition, the same story everyone had, and then, apparently by an act of deliberate will, moved past it. "Have either of you read Hogwarts, A History?" she said. "Twice," Harry said. She looked at him with the expression of someone who has set a test and received an unexpected result. "Then you'll know about the enchantments on the castle," she said. "The structural wards. The books list 63 primary enchantments in the foundation stones, but 3 of the citations in the bibliography reference sources that aren't in print anymore, and I can't verify whether the count is accurate." "The bibliography is partially wrong," Harry said. 2 of those citations are misattributed. The original source is a manuscript in the British Museum's restricted collection, and the intermediate text that Hogwarts, A History references has errors in the transcription. The actual count for primary enchantments is probably closer to 80, based on the manuscript, but I only have photographic notes from it, not the full text. Hermione stared at him. "How did you? The British Museum's restricted collection isn't accessible without a scholarly credential." "Mrs. Adelaide," Harry said, which was not really an explanation, and he knew it. "She was very resourceful." "Who's Mrs. Adelaide?" "A librarian who wasn't entirely a librarian." Hermione considered this, decided it was something to return to later, and redirected. 80 primary enchantments in foundation stones would mean Hogwarts is the most heavily warded structure in Britain. "By a significant margin," Harry said. "Which raises interesting questions about why." He glanced at Neville. "You're following this?" "Mostly," Neville said equably. "I'm the audience." Hermione looked at Harry with the particular energy of someone who has just found something they didn't know they were looking for. "The why is what's interesting," she said. "The standard explanation is that it's a school and schools require protection. But the ward structure, based on what you're describing, is disproportionate for a school. It's more consistent with a fortress that's also a school," Harry said. "Or a place holding something that requires protection," Hermione said, and they looked at each other with the precise satisfaction of 2 minds that have arrived at the same point from different directions. Neville looked between them. "Should I be concerned that the school is a fortress?" "No more than usual," Harry said. "That's not reassuring." "It wasn't meant to be. It was meant to be accurate." Neville considered this. "Right. More honest. I remember." Ron Weasley appeared at the door 40 minutes later, introduced himself with the comfortable confidence of someone from a family large enough to have given him plenty of practice with strangers, and was given the last seat by Neville, who shuffled over with good grace. He was tall and red-haired and had ink on 3 fingers and a look of perpetual mild amusement at the situation. He looked at Harry. "Did the recognition thing?" "Yeah," Harry said. "Right," Ron said. "Cool." He didn't pursue it, which Harry appreciated. "What are you lot on about?" "Castle fortification and runic ward structures," Hermione said. "We've moved on," Harry said. "We're now on the founders and their specific magical specialisms, and whether those specialisms influenced the type of magic in the foundation enchantments." Ron blinked. "Before we get to the school." "The journey's 5 hours," Harry said. We have time. Ron appeared to do a calculation. Can I ask you something about Quidditch instead, or is this compartment exclusively academic? I don't know much about Quidditch, Harry said. Ron stared at him. Seriously? I grew up with Muggles. I had books about the magical world, but Quidditch wasn't, right, Ron said, sitting forward with the energized posture of a person who has just been given an important job. Okay. So. 7 players per side, Hermione made a sound. Both topics can coexist, Harry said to her. We're capable of it. She subsided, but picked up a book, which was her version of a diplomatic withdrawal. By the time Scotland appeared outside the windows, darker, wilder, the sky doing something dramatic above the hills that it didn't bother doing above Surrey, Harry had a working understanding of Quidditch positions. Ron had been introduced to the foundational argument about Helga Hufflepuff's influence on Hogwarts' protective enchantments. Neville had told them about a venomous tentacula incident at his grandmother's house that was the funniest thing Harry had heard in recent memory, and Hermione had progressed from diplomatic withdrawal to active participant. The compartment had become, by the subtle alchemy of 5 hours in a moving room with nowhere else to be, a group. Harry noticed this with satisfaction. He was selective about who he spent time with, not unfriendly, but specific, and these 3 passed whatever internal test he applied. Neville for his honesty and his capacity to surprise. Ron for his directness and a warmth that he wore without self-consciousness, the warmth of someone from a family where warmth was the ambient temperature. Hermione for her mind, which was excellent, and her willingness to be wrong, which was rarer. They changed into robes as the hills got darker and the train began to slow. Roone, on his perch, watched all of this with the expression of a bird who is reserving judgment. The boats across the lake. Harry sat in a boat with Neville and watched Hogwarts emerge from the dark above the water and felt the ward on his ring activate. Not as warning. As recognition. The way it had hummed when he'd first put it on, when it and the wand had found each other. But bigger. Much bigger. The castle's enchantments and his own ward were, apparently, aware of each other, and whatever the result of their meeting was, it registered in Harry's chest like a bell that had been rung and was still resonating. Beside him, Neville had gone quiet in a way that suggested the castle was doing something to him too. You feel that? Harry said. Yes, Neville said. Is it supposed to feel like that? I don't think there's a supposed to, Harry said, watching the castle's reflection break and reform on the water. I think it just is what it is. The castle rose above them, ancient and vast and lit from within, and Harry thought about 80 foundation enchantments and the founders who'd placed them there, and wondered what they'd been protecting against, and whether it was still a threat, and how much of the answer to that question Dumbledore already had. The Great Hall was large. Not just in the physical sense, though it was physically enormous, the ceiling doing exactly what Hogwarts, a history said it did, open to the sky, currently performing a low-cloud situation that matched the night outside with impressive fidelity. Large in the way significant spaces were large, dense with history, with enchantment, with the accumulated weight of everyone who had ever stood in it and felt small. Harry didn't feel small. He felt interested. The first years had been arranged in a line near the teacher's table, and the older students were watching from the house tables with the detached critical interest of an audience who has seen this before but still finds parts of it worth watching. Harry scanned the teacher's table briefly, methodically, names from books, faces being matched to them. Severus Snape, potions, watching the first years with an expression that was professionally neutral in the way things are neutral when they're concealing something structured underneath. Professor McGonagall, transfiguration, stern and precise, and someone Harry suspected was considerably warmer than she intended to look. Sprout, Flitwick, Quirrell, the defense teacher, who Harry had looked up and found had a thin published record and 3 years unaccounted for in his biography, which his notebook had flagged. And at the center of the table, Dumbledore. Harry had seen pictures. The pictures were accurate in the way that technical specifications were accurate, correct in every detail, missing the thing that made the detail matter. In person, Albus Dumbledore was more. More presence, more weight, more of the specific quality of someone who has been powerful for long enough that power had become the air they moved through without noticing it. He was also, Harry noted, watching Harry specifically. Not obtrusively. With the practiced unobtrusiveness of someone who had spent decades watching things without appearing to. But the attention was there, and the ward ring gave a single very precise pulse when it encountered it, not threat, but assessment. Dumbledore was assessing him the way Harry assessed things. Harry met his eyes for a single, deliberate second. Dumbledore's eyebrows moved slightly. A very controlled expression. Something adjusted in his assessment. Harry looked away, back at the sorting hat on its stool. The hat had begun to sing. The sorting was alphabetical, which meant Harry had time to watch the other sortings before his. Lavender brown, Gryffindor, immediately, the hat barely on her head before it called it. Hannah Abbott, Hufflepuff, quick and certain. He watched the pattern, some took seconds, some took what the students around him were apparently calling a hat stall, longer, contested, the hat working through something. Neville, Gryffindor, but not quickly. 30 seconds, maybe. Neville sat down at the Gryffindor table looking surprised and then, slowly, pleased. Hermione, Gryffindor, also quick. She sat with the expression of someone whose hypothesis had been confirmed. Potter, Harry. The hall did what the hall did. The noise, then the hush, then the specific electric quality of several hundred people all having the same feeling at the same time. Harry walked to the stool and sat down. The hat dropped over his eyes. Oh, said a voice in his head, dry, amused, and considerably more intelligent than he'd expected a sentient hat to be. Now this is something I haven't encountered in quite a while. Hello, Harry said, because he saw no reason to be rude. You can hear me clearly. Good, some can, some receive impressions only. A pause. You have a ward. An actual ward. In the ring, yes, but also, the voice paused again, longer this time. Also in you. That's interesting. That's very interesting indeed. Is it relevant to sorting? Harry said. Everything is relevant to sorting. Though in your case less than usual. A sensation like pages turning very quickly, like being read, which was exactly what was happening. You could go anywhere, you realize. Genuinely anywhere. This is rarer than the students always hope it is. Most people fit one house clearly and have the qualities of a second. You fit all four. Gryffindor for courage that isn't performance. Hufflepuff for loyalty that isn't conditional. Ravenclaw for, well, the obvious. And Slytherin. 4. Harry said. For the fact that when you sat down, the first thing you did was look at the teacher's table and catalog the threat potential of everyone on it, the hat said, with something that might have been appreciation. That's not Gryffindor instinct. That's Slytherin instinct wearing Gryffindor clothes. Another pause. You've already identified Quirrell as a variable worth watching. Haven't decided what kind of variable yet, Harry said. No. But you will. The hat was quiet for a moment. Where do you want to go? I don't have a strong preference, Harry said honestly. I'd like to be with people I can learn with. And I'd like, he thought about Neville's surprised laugh, Hermione's redirected energy, Ron's comfortable warmth. I'd like to be with people who aren't still deciding whether they deserve to be here. Gryffindor, the hat announced. But before it was lifted, it said, very quietly, directly into his mind, a thing that wasn't really part of sorting, watch the castle, Mr. Potter. It's been watching you since the boats. And it hasn't decided what you are yet either. Then there was light and noise and the Gryffindor table making the specific sound of people who have been told to cheer and are doing so with genuine feeling underneath the obligation. Harry sat down next to Neville, who was grinning. Good, Neville said, which was the only thing he said, and it was enough. Dumbledore's welcome speech was warm, slightly eccentric, and very carefully constructed. Harry sat at the table and listened to it the way he listened to things he expected to find layers in, following the surface content while keeping part of his attention on the structure underneath. The speech covered the standard things: welcome, rules, terms. It also contained, Harry noticed, 3 separate oblique references that a student without specific knowledge wouldn't identify but that functioned as signals for anyone who knew what to listen for. One reference to the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side that was, technically, a warning but was framed in a way that functioned almost as an invitation for anyone curious enough. One very brief mention of Hogwarts as a haven, with an emphasis that was slightly weighted, slightly more than the word usually warranted. And one sentence near the end, addressed apparently to the whole hall, that Dumbledore delivered while looking at exactly no one in particular and therefore, as far as Harry was concerned, delivering it specifically to him: what is kept here for reasons that will, in time, become clear to those who need to understand them. Harry looked at his plate. Wrote in his mental notebook, which he maintained alongside the physical one for things he wanted to process before committing to paper: Dumbledore knows I'm watching. He's communicating through the speech. He has something here, something significant, and he knows I'll notice the reference to the 3rd floor. He's not warning me away from it. He's signaling. Why would he signal rather than speak directly? He considered this while eating roast chicken, which was excellent. Because he wants to see what I do with incomplete information. He's testing me. Not the sorting kind of test, the observational kind. He wants to see how I move. He looked up the table, past Hermione, who was memorizing the enchanted ceiling, past Ron, who was eating with the focus of someone who had been on a train for 5 hours and has strong feelings about food. He found Dumbledore watching him with the gentle, attentive, slightly too knowing expression of a man who had just watched someone work through an equation and arrive at an answer. Harry tilted his head, very slightly. Dumbledore's eyes crinkled. It was, Harry thought, the beginning of a conversation. Just not one that used words yet. The dormitory was at the top of a long spiral staircase and had 5 beds and a window that looked out onto the grounds and the lake, which was dark and enormous and had, according to Hogwarts, a history, a giant squid in it and also 2 mere-people settlements and several other things the book had been vague about. Harry put his trunk at the foot of his bed, second from the left, good sightline to the door, close enough to the window to have natural light for reading, and was in the middle of setting Rune's cage on the windowsill when he felt it. The castle. Not the ward ring, not the specific pulse he'd felt in the boats. Something broader. The castle's enchantments, 80-odd foundation layers of it, running their constant presence through the stone around him, and in that presence, an awareness. A specific, directed awareness that was attending to him with the patient quality of something very old checking on something it had been waiting for. Harry put his hand flat against the stone wall. The stone was warm. Not ambient warmth, directed warmth. The way his bedroom walls were warm. Oh, he said, privately, not aloud. The castle did something that wasn't quite a response but was in the territory of acknowledgement. A slight shift in the warmth. A sense of orientation. It's been watching you since the boats, the hat had said. Harry looked at the wall. At the stones, ancient and fitted and infused with the magical intention of 4 people who had built this place to be exactly this, alive, aware, protective. He thought about what he was. A builder. A ward maker. Someone whose magic worked through structure and inscription and the deep embedded language of protective intent. He thought about the ward on his ring and the ward in his walls at home and the ward that his grandmother had left him with a note that said it'll know what to do. He pressed his palm flat against the Hogwarts stone. And like a key fitting a lock, like understanding arriving after the doing, the way it always arrived for him, something connected. Not dramatically. Not with light or sound. Just a sense of mutual recognition, the castle's enchantments and Harry's own ward meeting across the medium of the stone and finding each other comprehensible. He stood there for a moment. Then he took his hand off the wall, went and got into bed, and lay in the dark of the dormitory while Seamus Finnegan told a long and extremely inaccurate story about a dragon his cousin had apparently encountered, and thought about Dumbledore's speech and the third-floor corridor and the ward that was now, apparently, in some communication with the most heavily enchanted building in Britain. His last thought before sleep, clear and specific: I need more information. I have a lot of questions. And I know who has the answers. Somewhere in the castle, deep in the foundation stones, the enchantments did their slow ancient work. The ward ring on his finger held its warmth. The castle, in its old patient way, kept watch. Chapter 5. The language underneath. The first thing Harry noticed about Hogwarts in the morning was that it rearranged itself for him. Not dramatically. Not in a way anyone else would see. But staircases that the other first years complained about, the ones that moved mid-climb, depositing you 2 floors from where you'd intended, didn't move when Harry was on them. Corridors that were notorious for going in the wrong direction oriented correctly when he walked them. Doors that were supposed to be locked were simply not locked. He noticed this on the second day and spent the rest of the week confirming it. By Friday he was certain. The castle was smoothing his path through itself the way the ward in his room had smoothed the domestic landscape of Privet Drive. The same logic, the same underlying intention. Make the environment functional for the person it has recognized. He didn't tell anyone this immediately. He filed it, the way he filed everything, and kept moving. Classes were interesting in varied measures. Transfiguration was precise and demanding, and Professor McGonagall had a way of teaching that assumed competence and then trained you toward it, which Harry respected. He turned his match into a needle on the first try, not because he was trying to distinguish himself, but because the logic of the transformation was clear to him and he saw no reason to produce a lesser result when a better one was available. McGonagall looked at the needle, looked at him, and said nothing. But she wrote something in her marking book, and her expression had the quality of a person quietly updating their expectations. History of magic was taught by a ghost who had apparently been lecturing the same material for so long that he'd become one of the exhibits himself, dusty, recursive, generating a specific ambient boredom that most students used as nap time. Harry listened anyway, because Binns occasionally, in the depths of a droning digression, surfaced a historical detail that wasn't in any book Harry had read, and Harry found these moments worth the cost of the surrounding material. Defense against the dark arts was the one that mattered. Quirrell's classroom smelled wrong. Not literally, it smelled of garlic, which Quirrell apparently wore draped around himself in quantities suggesting either vampire paranoia or an inability to locate the room's ventilation, but wrong in the way Harry's ward registered wrongness. Not threat-level wrong. Not the sharp activation that genuine malice produced. Something more continuous, lower, the way a sound could be wrong without being loud. He sat in the front row, which he'd chosen on the first day. Not to be keen, to be close enough to watch. Quirrell stammered. This was known. The stammer was apparently a feature that other students had commented on in the corridors, some with amusement, some with mild sympathy. Harry watched the stammer and found it inconsistent. Not in a neurological sense, he'd been around enough people to recognize authentic speech impediments, and Quirrell's had a quality of performance. The stammer appeared consistently in certain contexts, when Quirrell was describing his own qualifications, when students addressed him directly, when he was explaining something that should have been within his expertise. It disappeared when he forgot to maintain it. Harry had caught this twice in the first week, moments when Quirrell turned to the board or checked a text and his voice, just for a second, was perfectly steady and considerably colder. He wrote in his notebook, Thursday evening, Quirrell. Stammer is performed, not authentic, lapses in low attention moments. Ward registers continuous low-level wrongness in his presence. Not malice, or not only malice. Something else underneath. Something that's not entirely him. He looked at this last sentence for a moment. Not entirely him, he wrote again. Investigate. The ancient runes situation was resolved by the end of the first week through a conversation Harry had not been planning to have but recognized, when it arrived, as inevitable. He had been in the library Tuesday evening when Professor Flitwick found him. Not found him in the sense of looking, more in the sense of being led, because Flitwick had apparently been coming to the library for a different purpose entirely and had then taken a sharp left toward Harry's table with the expression of someone who has detected something interesting and is following the interest. Flitwick was small, shorter than Harry, who was not tall for 11, with bright eyes and the quality of a person who had been enthusiastic about their subject for so long that enthusiasm had become structural. He taught charms. He had also, Harry had found in his research, published 3 academic papers on the intersection of spoken charm work and written runic inscription, which was why Harry had been intending to talk to him at some point. Flitwick, apparently, had a similar intention. He stopped at Harry's table and looked at the book Harry had open, not a school text, one of his own, the Pre-Elder Futhark Survey, and at the notebook Harry was writing in, and at Harry's right hand, specifically the ring. "May I sit?" Flitwick said. "Please," Harry said. Flitwick sat. He looked at the book. Lundquist's Survey. Excellent text. Rare, that's a second edition, isn't it? 1923. 1924, Harry said. The 1923 has a misprint in the Othala section. This one's corrected. Flitwick's eyebrows went up slightly. "Where did you get it?" "It was in my family vault," Harry said. "My grandmother's." "Euphemia Potter," Flitwick said, and then looked like he'd surprised himself. "I knew her work. Not personally. She published, in the late 50s, a short monograph on spontaneous protective inscription in magical children. Very small circulation. Very specific subject." He looked at the ring. "May I?" Harry held out his hand. Flitwick examined the ring the way Ollivander had, without touching, just looking, but with the focused attention of someone who knew what they were seeing. "The ward," Flitwick said. "Yes. And you've been producing them yourself?" "Since 3, Harry said. "Accidentally at first. I've been studying the theory since I was 7. Flitwick sat back. He had the expression of someone who has just encountered a data point that significantly updates their model. "Third year is when ancient runes officially begins," he said, in the tone of a man identifying a problem. "I know," Harry said. "You've been reading independently." "For 4 years. Flitwick tapped his fingers on the table once, a rapid thoughtful tap. "I'd like to test your current knowledge," he said. "Not formally, I don't have the authority to formally advance you to third-year electives at this stage. But informally, so I know what you actually know rather than what I assume you know." "That's fair," Harry said. "Tomorrow. My office. Before breakfast. I'll be there." Flitwick stood, looked at the notebook, looked at the book, looked at Harry with the expression of genuine academic pleasure that Harry recognized and found, in others as in himself, completely trustworthy. "Your grandmother's monograph," Flitwick said. "Do you have a copy?" "In my trunk," Harry said. "I can lend it to you." Flitwick looked delighted. "Excellent. Tomorrow, then." He began to move away, then paused. "Mr. Potter, the castle. Have you noticed anything unusual in terms of how it responds to you?" Harry considered whether to answer this fully or partially. He decided fully. "The staircases don't move for me," he said. "Locked doors open. I believe the castle has recognized something about my ward and is accommodating it." Flitwick was quiet for a moment. "Yes," he said. "Yes, I thought something like that might be happening. The castle's enchantments are very old and very specific about what they respond to." He paused. "Have you felt anything else?" "A mutual recognition," Harry said. "In the boat, when we first arrived. And when I touched the dormitory wall that first night." Flitwick nodded slowly. He looked like he was working through something carefully, something he wanted to be precise about before he said it. "The founders built the castle to be a protector," he said. "Not just a school. The enchantments in the foundation are specifically tuned to recognize protective magic of certain types. He looked at the ring. Ancient, structural protective magic. The kind that comes from intent rather than technique. He paused. You, Mr. Potter, appear to be something the castle was built to recognize. And it has. He left. Harry sat for a moment. Then he picked up his pencil and wrote, "The castle was built to recognize me. Or someone like me. Someone whose magic is structural and protective in origin." He paused. Why? What does that mean for what the castle is actually protecting against? He circled this. Talk to Dumbledore, he added at the bottom. Soon. The informal assessment with Flitwick lasted 2 hours and covered significantly more than either of them had planned. Harry demonstrated working knowledge of Elder and Younger Futhark, a solid foundation in the pre-Elder systems, the theory of runic amplification, ward construction principles, and, this was where Flitwick went very still, the Galdr tradition, the spoken activation component that most modern runic texts treated as a historical curiosity rather than a live practice. You use Galdr, Flitwick said. I developed it independently, Harry said. I didn't have the word for it until I found it in Nordberg's sourcebook. But I'd been doing it since I was about 8. He paused. It feels like speaking to the runes rather than speaking the runes. Like the difference between talking to someone and reading about them. Flitwick looked at him for a long moment. The intersection of Galdr and runic inscription is, he seemed to be choosing his words with the care of someone disarming something delicate, theoretically significant in ways that haven't been practically demonstrated in several generations. The last practitioner who worked at that intersection at any level of sophistication was, he stopped. Well. Your grandmother, actually. Though she was more conservative in her approach. What about before her? Harry said. Flitwick picked up his teacup. Put it down without drinking from it. Before her, you'd have to go back to the early medieval period. Practitioners who were working with rune magic before the standardization of wand-based casting. He met Harry's eyes. Wandless runic casting. Which is what you're doing when you produce the inscriptions without a tool. I know, Harry said. It's unusual. I know that too. It's somewhat beyond unusual, Flitwick said, with the gentle precision of a man being very honest. Wandless magic of any kind in an 11-year-old is notable. Wandless runic inscription of the ward quality you've described is, he seemed to genuinely not have the category for it, which Harry appreciated for its honesty. Something to keep working on, Harry said. Flitwick looked at him. Yes, he said. Something to keep working on. He picked up his tea again. I'd like to continue meeting. Weekly if you're willing. I have some theoretical questions about the ward structure that your practical experience might illuminate, and there are things in the academic literature that you should have access to if you're going to continue developing. Tuesday evenings, Harry said. After 7. Perfect. Harry stood, shouldered his bag. At the door he paused. The castle, he said. If it was built to recognize structural protective magic, and it's been doing so since I arrived, would it tell you? Or the other staff? Or would it just, do it quietly? Flitwick thought about this. The castle communicates to the headmaster through certain channels. Structural changes, significant magical events, breaches in the ward perimeter. But smaller recognitions, the kind of adjustments you've described, the staircases and the doors, those it handles independently. He met Harry's eyes. Whether Dumbledore knows that it has recognized you specifically, I couldn't say. Harry nodded. He thought, walking back through the corridors that moved correctly for him, that the answer was almost certainly yes. Dumbledore knew. The question was not what he knew but what he was doing with the knowing. That question, Harry decided, was going on the list for their conversation. The list was getting long. He found Hermione on Friday afternoon in a state of focused fury. She was in the library, their library now, the particular table in the section between charms theory and ancient history that had become, by the unspoken consensus of the first 2 weeks, their table, with 3 books open in front of her and a look on her face that Harry had learned to distinguish from her regular concentrating look. This was not concentration. This was principled indignation in the early stages. He sat down across from her. "What's wrong?" "This," she said, turning one of the open books to face him. It was a runic primer, one of the introductory texts from the third-year reading list that she'd apparently got from the library on general principle. "This is wrong." Harry looked at the page. It was explaining the basic construction of Hagalaz, the Hail rune, and its applications in disruption-based magic. "What specifically?" "This," she said, pointing to a paragraph. "It says Hagalaz is a rune of destruction and therefore incompatible with ward-based applications." "But that's not," she pulled another book forward, opened it to a marked page. "Thornwood's Systematic Runic Theory from 1887 says the exact opposite. He says Hagalaz is a rune of transformation through disruption and has specific applications in ward reinforcement because disruption energy can be channeled to strengthen rather than break down existing structures." Harry read both passages. "Thornwood's right," he said. She looked at him. "You know runic theory." "I've been studying it since I was 7. She took this in with the expression she wore when she was reconfiguring, rapidly, which was frequently. She had a quick and genuinely excellent mind, and its most impressive quality was not how fast it gathered information but how readily it updated when the information contradicted what it already had. "So this primer is wrong," she said. "The primer is simplified," Harry said. "Which is a kind choice toward people who are learning it for the first time and a misleading one toward people who are going to take it further." He turned to her version of the page. "The full picture is that runic applications depend on how the energy of the rune is directed, not on the rune's basic property. Hagalaz is disruptive. That disruption can be pointed outward, breaking things, or it can be pointed inward, into the structure of the ward itself, where it functions like," he thought about how to put it, "like how impact strengthens metal. The disruption consolidates rather than destroys." Hermione was looking at him with the bright, slightly intense focus she applied to things she found genuinely interesting, which was a long list. "Can you show me?" she said. Harry looked around the library. "I can't do a ward inscription in the library, Madame Pants would remove us from the premises. But I can draw the theory." He took a piece of parchment and a quill and began drawing. Not just the symbols, the framework. How Hagalaz sat in relation to the ward structure, how the energy pathway worked, how you directed the disruptive charge along the existing inscription lines to reinforce them rather than fracture them. Hermione watched him draw and asked questions, good questions, the kind that pushed the explanation into more precise territory rather than less. She caught the logic quickly and pushed it further. If disruption energy consolidates, does the source of the disruption matter? Can you use ambient magical disruption, like, say, the kind generated by large numbers of people casting spells nearby, and channel that into a ward passively? Harry stopped drawing. He thought about this seriously. "Yes," he said, slowly. "I think you can. I've never tried it intentionally, but the ward in my room at home drew energy from." He paused, thinking about Vernon, about the specific directed malice that the ward amplified into physical symptoms, from ambient hostile intent. "That's a disruption source. The ward channeled it." He looked at the diagram. "The ward wasn't just protecting me from the disruption. It was using the disruption." Hermione was very still. "That's efficient," Harry said. "Yes." They looked at each other across the diagram. "This isn't in any of the primers," she said. "No," Harry said. "I don't think anyone has written it down in this form. I've been developing it from first principles and scattered references." She looked at the diagram for another moment. Then she picked up her quill and began annotating it, carefully, adding her own notation to his, clean, precise, the way she did everything. "Can I copy this? I want to cross-reference it with Thornwood and with Gregorovich's structural magic. There's a section on energy pathways in Chapter 7 that I think might be relevant." "You've read Gregorovich?" Harry said. "Last week. The library has it. You haven't read it? It's on my list, he said. What's the energy pathway section? She flipped to it from memory, which meant she knew the page number, which meant she'd been back to it multiple times. She explained the relevant passage with the speed and clarity of someone who understood it deeply and was delighted to have someone to explain it to. They were in the library for 3 hours. At some point Ron appeared, took in the situation, acquired a book on Quidditch tactics from a different section, and sat at the end of the table reading it with the companionable ease of someone who understood that this was what his friends did and had made his peace with it. Neville arrived at 6:30 with a book on magical herbology and a bag of biscuits, which he distributed without comment. This was, Harry thought, eating a biscuit and looking at his annotated diagram next to Hermione's cross-referencing notes, a good group. Possibly the best group. The kind of group where everyone added something different and the sum was better than the parts. He didn't say this aloud. He just thought it, and returned to the diagram, and felt something that was, if he was naming it accurately, gratitude. The second week of October, Quirrell's classroom did something specific. Harry was sitting in the front row during the second defense class. They were covering basic theory, the categories of dark magic and their general countermeasures, nothing that required practical demonstration, and Quirrell was at the board writing with his back to the class when Harry felt the ward activate. Not the low continuous wrongness he'd been noting. Something sharper. Directional. The ward was pointing at the back of Quirrell's turban. Harry sat very still and said nothing and looked at the back of the turban with the focused attention of someone who has just received a very specific piece of information and is deciding what to do about it. The turban was purple and large and Quirrell had explained it to the class, in the first lesson, as a gift from an African prince who had given it to him in gratitude for ridding him of a troublesome zombie. Harry had noted, at the time, that the story had the texture of something rehearsed rather than remembered, the pauses in the wrong places, the details too specific and too neat. He looked at the turban now and felt the ward's directed activation and thought, not Quirrell. Something behind Quirrell. Something using Quirrell. Something with intent that registers as malice. Not ordinary malice. Something older and more fundamental than ordinary malice. The ward was reading it the way the ward read things it had been specifically built to register, threats to Harry, directed and deliberate, and it was giving him the clear, calm signal of something that knew exactly who Harry was and had complex intentions about that. After class, he wrote in his notebook, Quirrell contains something. Or someone. The ward reads it as a direct threat, specific threat, not ambient. Whatever is in the turban knows who I am and is not neutral about it. He underlined in the turban. Then he wrote, this changes the timeline for talking to Dumbledore. He put the notebook away and went to Charms, where they were learning Wingardium Leviosa, which he produced on the first attempt because the feather lightning logic was clear and the wand movement was essentially a simplified inscription gesture, and Ron said of course you did in a tone that was entirely without resentment and entirely full of fond exasperation. He found Dumbledore on a Thursday evening. Not went to his office, found him. Harry had spent a week paying attention to the headmaster's movements through the castle, which were more varied and deliberate than they appeared, and had identified that Dumbledore walked the 7th floor on Thursday evenings between 8 and 9, ostensibly checking on things, actually, Harry suspected, thinking. The walks had the rhythm of a man who did his best thinking in motion. Harry was on the 7th floor at 8:30, leaning against a window embrasure with a book, when Dumbledore came around the corner. The headmaster stopped. Looked at Harry. At the book. Back at Harry. Mr. Potter, he said. Professor Dumbledore, Harry said. He closed the book. I've been meaning to speak with you. Do you have a moment? Dumbledore regarded him with those blue eyes that were, Harry noted, doing the assessing thing again. Processing. He didn't seem surprised, which was itself informative, either he'd expected this or he was very good at not appearing surprised. Probably both. I have the rest of the evening, Dumbledore said. He gestured along the corridor. Shall we walk? They walked. For a moment neither of them said anything. Dumbledore had the patience of someone who had been in many rooms with many silences and was not inconvenienced by them. Harry had the patience of someone who had sat alone in a small room for years and understood that silence was a tool. "You sent Mrs. Adelaide," Harry said. "I arranged for certain resources to be available to you," Dumbledore said. The how was largely Mrs. Adelaide's own methodology. "And Mrs. Figg. Arabella was kind enough to watch me," Harry said, pleasantly. "You can say watch. I don't mind. I'd like to understand the surveillance apparatus rather than pretend it isn't there." Dumbledore glanced at him. That eyebrow movement again, the one that functioned as a recalibration. "You've known," Dumbledore said. "I suspected at 7. I was fairly certain by 9. Harry kept his pace even. The books were too specific. The pattern was too deliberate. Someone with knowledge of what I was developing was making sure I had the right materials to develop it properly." He paused. "I was grateful for it, actually. But I'd like to know why." "Because you needed them," Dumbledore said. "The resources. That's the what. I'm asking the why." Harry looked up at him. There was a significant height difference that Harry declined to find intimidating. "You placed me with the Dursleys for the blood protection. You set up a monitoring system to watch my development. You arranged access to runic literature that isn't generally available to a primary school child. This is a managed process, Professor. I'd like to understand the purpose of the management." Dumbledore walked 3 steps before answering. "You know about Voldemort," he said. "I know what the books say. I know there's a prophecy. I found the reference in 2 sources, though neither quotes it directly. I know he isn't fully gone." Harry's voice was even. "And I know there's something on the 3rd floor that you've placed under heavy guard, which you signaled in your welcome speech in a way that was aimed at me specifically." Dumbledore stopped walking. Harry stopped beside him. They stood in the 7th floor corridor with the torches burning orange and the castle doing its slow old breathing around them, and Dumbledore looked at Harry with an expression that was not what Harry had expected. He'd expected wariness, or the careful benevolent management of a man who was used to handling people. He saw something more unguarded than that. Something that looked, if Harry was reading it correctly, like relief. "You are not," Dumbledore said slowly, "what I anticipated." "What did you anticipate?" "A child in need of careful guidance toward a predetermined end." He looked at the ring on Harry's finger. "What I have, apparently, is something that has been guiding itself for 8 years and would like me to be more transparent about the road ahead." "Yes," Harry said. Dumbledore began walking again. Harry fell back into step. "The thing on the 3rd floor," Dumbledore said, "is the Philosopher's Stone. Nicholas Flamel's. It's being kept here because someone made an attempt to steal it from Gringotts in July. The protections are layered. Designed to be challenges rather than absolute barriers." He paused. "I designed them that way deliberately. Because you wanted whoever was coming for it to be able to get to it," Harry said. "So you could identify them." "Yes. And you believe it's Voldemort? Or someone acting for him?" Harry thought about the ward's activation in Quirrell's classroom. About the thing behind the turban that read as a direct and specific threat. "Professor Quirrell," he said. Dumbledore was very still. "You know," Harry said. "It wasn't a question. I suspect," Dumbledore said carefully. "The ward reads it as a direct threat. Something in the turban. Something old and specifically aware of me." He looked at Dumbledore. "Whatever Voldemort is right now, a presence, a fragment, he's here. In the school. On the back of Quirrell's head or somewhere in that vicinity." Dumbledore stopped walking again. He looked at Harry for a long moment. "You felt that," he said. "From the ward." "From the first defense class," Harry said. "I've been monitoring it since. The activation is consistent and directional. Dumbledore's face was doing something complicated, the processing of a man who has had a plan and is encountering evidence that the plan had gaps he hadn't accounted for, and who is honest enough with himself to sit with that rather than paper over it. "I owe you more honesty than I have been providing," Dumbledore said, finally. "Yes," Harry said, again, without heat. "And I think," Dumbledore continued, slowly, "that the conversation I should have been prepared to have with you is somewhat longer and more complicated than I had anticipated needing to have with an 11-year-old. "I'm not a typical 11-year-old, Harry said. "No," Dumbledore said, and the way he said it carried the weight of everything he'd read in Arabella's reports and everything the castle had told him through its old channels and everything he'd just learned in the last 10 minutes of walking a corridor with a boy who was watching him with those green eyes that saw considerably more than he'd planned for. "No, you very clearly are not." They stood in the corridor. "The prophecy," Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. "Another conversation," he said. "A longer one. In my office, with adequate time and, I think, tea." He met Harry's eyes. "Will you come Saturday morning?" "Yes," Harry said. "Good." Dumbledore began walking back the way he'd come. He paused, turned. "Mr. Potter, the castle. It's been adjusting itself for you." "I know," Harry said. "It hasn't done that," Dumbledore said, "since the Founders walked these corridors." He looked at Harry with an expression that was, finally and genuinely, undisguised. "I want you to understand that I am not certain, even now, of the full scope of what you are. I have theories. I have hopes. But the honest answer is that you have exceeded what I prepared for, and I think that is probably the best possible news." He walked away down the corridor, his robes trailing, the torches casting his shadow long behind him. Harry stood for a moment. Then he took out his notebook and wrote, standing in the 7th-floor corridor of the oldest magical school in Britain while the castle warmed the stones around him, meeting with Dumbledore. Saturday. He knows about Quirrell. He's been managing the situation from a distance. He didn't account for me knowing what I know. He paused. He called it the best possible news. I think he meant it. He put the notebook away. The castle shifted around him, barely perceptibly, a settling in the stone, the warmth that wasn't ambient, and Harry thought about Flitwick saying you appear to be something the castle was built to recognize, and Dumbledore saying it hasn't done that since the Founders walked these corridors, and his grandmother's note, it'll know what to do. He began walking back toward Gryffindor Tower. The staircases arranged themselves in the correct configuration before he reached them. Chapter 6, What Lives in the Dark. The Troll got into the castle on Halloween. Harry knew something was wrong before Quirrell burst into the Great Hall, because the ward had been behaving oddly since lunchtime, not the directional activation he associated with Quirrell specifically, but a broader agitation, the way the ward in his bedroom at Privet Drive would sometimes register a general wrongness in the weather before a storm that turned out to be electrical rather than meteorological. Something large and magically significant was in the building. Something that didn't belong. He'd been paying half attention to it through the feast, tracking it the way you tracked a sound you couldn't quite locate, while Ron told a story about his twin brothers and a cauldron that had got significantly out of hand, and Neville worked through a second helping of the treacle tart that had appeared when Neville looked longest at the dessert selection, which was a thing the castle apparently did. Then Quirrell came in. Harry watched him stagger to the teacher's table and announce, in a voice that was doing its stammer badly tonight, the performance was thin, the fear underneath it too large to contain, that there was a troll in the dungeon, and then he collapsed, which was either genuine shock or extremely committed theater, and either way the result was the same. The hall went into the specific chaos of 400 people who have just been told there is a troll in the building. Dumbledore's voice cut through it, commanding the prefects to lead students back to dormitories, and Harry was already standing and running the ward's assessment of the situation before the benches started scraping. The troll was in the dungeons. The ward was reading it as large, chaotic, magically disruptive rather than magically threatening. Trolls weren't dark magic, they were dangerous the way a boulder in motion was dangerous, mass and momentum rather than intent. The ward was more interested in the spike of directed intent it was reading from the direction Quirrell had come from, something moving through the castle with purpose, something the ward recognized. "Hermione," Neville said suddenly, beside Harry. Harry looked at him. "What?" "She's in the bathroom," Neville said. He had gone slightly pale and his voice had the quality of someone doing rapid mental arithmetic. "The girls' bathroom on the second floor. She went after." He looked at Ron, who had gone the specific shade of red that meant he knew exactly why Hermione was in a bathroom alone on Halloween, and that the reason was something he'd said. Harry looked at Ron. "We had an argument," Ron said, "about her being. She'd corrected me in charms, and I said she was. I said some things." "What things?" Harry said. "Things that were unkind and probably not accurate," Ron said, which was the fastest Harry had ever seen Ron arrive at an honest self-assessment. The speed of it suggested he'd already been sitting with this through most of the feast. "I didn't realize she'd actually gone off to cry." "She'll be in the path of the troll if it moves up from the dungeons," Neville said. Harry was already moving. Not running yet, too many people going the wrong direction for running to be efficient, but moving with the focused purpose of someone who has identified the most direct route and is following it. Ron was a step behind him. Neville was behind Ron. "You don't have to," Harry started. "Yes we do," Neville said, in a voice that was slightly higher than usual and completely certain, and Harry didn't argue because Neville was right. The corridors emptied rapidly as prefects herded students in the other direction. Harry went against the flow, which the castle assisted. The path to the second-floor bathroom opened ahead of him with the smoothness he'd come to rely on, a door unlocked here, a staircase stable there. He took the stairs 3 at a time and came around the corner to the second-floor corridor and stopped. The troll was already there. It was enormous. Harry had read about trolls, but reading about the height of a thing was different from standing 12 feet from the height of a thing, and he took in, rapidly, practically, 12 feet tall, gray-green, a club the size of a small tree, and the specific unintelligent focus of a creature that had found a room and was currently occupied with destroying everything in it because that was what it had been doing since it entered the building and it saw no reason to stop. Through the bathroom door, the crashing, the horrible sound of stone being reduced, and a voice. "Hi," terrified. "Neville," Harry said, "stay in the corridor. Don't move unless I tell you to." "Harry, I mean it. Stay." He looked at Ron. "Come with me." He went through the bathroom door. The troll swung toward the movement. Its eyes were the color of mud and had the expressive capacity of mud, which was none, but its attention was there, shifting to Harry with the dull mechanical tracking of something that registered movement as stimulus and stimulus as the thing to be hit. Hermione was in the far corner of the bathroom, pressed against the wall, ankle-deep in water from a burst pipe, with her wand out and her face doing the specific expression of someone who has been frightened past the point where being frightened is useful and has arrived somewhere past it, still scared, yes, but functional. Her eyes found Harry and went, briefly, from terror to something else. Something that might have been relief but moved quickly into something more useful. "Move left," Harry said, to her. She moved left without questioning it, which was the right thing to do. The troll swung at where she'd been and hit the wall instead, which did nothing to the troll and a great deal to the wall. Harry was already moving, not away from it but around it, using the troll's own momentum. The swing had turned at 40 degrees, and Harry slid around its left side and pressed his hand flat against the floor of the bathroom. He didn't know he was going to do this until he did it. The ward in his ring had been running a constant assessment since they'd entered: mass, position, probable vectors of movement, and what it wanted to do, what Harry's magic wanted to do, was exactly what it always did when presented with something that threatened people he had decided to protect: build something between the threat and the people. He pressed his palm to the wet stone floor and pushed. It came out of him the way it always came out when it was necessary rather than deliberate: faster, cleaner, no gap between wanting and producing. Not a wall, he wasn't trying to build a wall in a bathroom in the middle of a crisis. What he built was a channel. A carved inscription in the stone floor that the ward energy ran along like water along a groove, and the purpose of the inscription was simple and precisely targeted: the troll's feet. Algies. Isa. The ward's sister rune, the one that was specifically about rooting, about holding in place. The troll took a step toward Hermione and stopped. Not because it was contained. Trolls were too large and too powerful for containment with first-year magic, ward or no ward, but because something in the stone floor was now deeply, fundamentally resisting the foot that had stepped on the inscription, and the troll, which was not intelligent but was responsive to physical sensation in the way large creatures were, registered this as unexpected and paused to consider it. 2 seconds. Maybe 3. That was enough. Wingardium Leviosa, Ron said, from behind the troll, with his wand aimed at the club. The club went up. It went up fast. Ron had been practicing this with more dedication than anyone realized, possibly because Hermione had been better at it in class and competition was, for Ron, motivational, and the troll's grip wasn't strong enough against a well-executed levitation charm, and the club left its hand and went to the ceiling, and Ron, who was either very smart or very lucky in this moment, let it drop. It dropped on the troll's head. The troll went down. Not dead. Harry could hear it breathing, slow and labored, as he stood up from the floor and checked that the inscription he'd made was still holding, which it was, the rune lines glowing faintly blue in the wet stone. The troll was unconscious, which was adequate. The bathroom was silent except for water running from the burst pipe. Harry looked at Hermione. She was still in the corner, wand still out, not shaking, or not much. Her jaw was set and her eyes were very bright. "Are you hurt?" he said. "No," she said. "I'm not, no." She lowered her wand. Looked at the troll. At the inscription glowing in the floor. At Harry. "What did you do?" To its feet. "What was that?" "Rooting ward," Harry said. Standard protective rune applied to the floor. "I needed it to stop moving for a few seconds." "You carved that in about 1 second while a 12-foot troll was trying to hit you." "It wasn't trying to hit me specifically. I wasn't a primary target yet." He looked at Ron. "Good levitation." "Thanks," Ron said, sounding slightly stunned. He was looking at the unconscious troll with the expression of someone reassessing how the evening had gone relative to how he'd expected it to go. The door burst open behind them. McGonagall came in first, followed by Snape, followed by Quirrell, who was last and who the ward immediately flagged with its now familiar directional activation. Quirrell stood in the doorway with his eyes on the unconscious troll and his face doing the stammer face, and Harry watched him from across the bathroom with the patient observation of someone filing information. The thing behind the turban was very interested in what had just happened. Harry met Quirrell's eyes for exactly 1 second, deliberate, and then looked at McGonagall. McGonagall looked at the troll. At the 3 of them. At the inscription in the floor, which was still faintly glowing. At the troll's club, which was on the floor near the troll's enormous head. She pressed her lips together in the way she did when she was processing several things at once and organizing them into a queue. "Would someone like to explain," she said, in the voice of a woman who has been teaching for 40 years and has a calibrated capacity for being startled that it takes a great deal to exceed, "what has happened here?" Hermione spoke. Harry was surprised by this, not that Hermione spoke, but how she spoke. Not a recitation of events. She told it cleanly and without excess, and she arranged the facts in a way that was completely accurate and also somehow managed to emphasize Ron's levitation charm as the decisive action, which was generous in a way Harry hadn't expected and told him something new about her. McGonagall listened. Snape looked at the floor inscription with an expression that was difficult to read, interested in the way Snape was interested in things, which was controlled and vertical, giving nothing away about what direction the interest was pointing. He looked at Harry. Harry looked back, neutral. Quirrell was looking at the inscription too. The ward pulsed once, sharp, at whatever was looking through Quirrell's eyes. 5 points each, McGonagall said finally, to Gryffindor, for the presence of mind that neutralized a threat of this magnitude. She paused. And 5 points from Gryffindor, for being out of the dormitory in the first place. She looked at each of them in turn. The 5-point stand. I expect that to be the end of wandering the corridors in crisis situations. She met Harry's eyes on the last sentence. He understood that the 5 points and the 5 points were not actually the point. The point was the specific note in her voice that said, "I have seen what you did to that floor. We will be discussing it. Not now. But we will. Now," she said, briskly, "go to your dormitory. All of you." They went. Neville was waiting in the corridor with the expression of someone who had heard a very large crash followed by silence and had spent the intervening time managing several very large feelings about that. He looked at all three of them with the focused inventory of someone checking for damage. "Everyone's fine," Harry said. Neville breathed out. "The troll, unconscious. Ron hit it on the head with its own club." Neville looked at Ron. "Seriously?" "Harry anchored its feet," Ron said. "I just levitated the club." "You levitated a troll's club while the troll was holding it," Neville said. Ron, that's extremely impressive." Ron went the color of someone who has just been told something they very much needed to hear and wasn't expecting. "It's just a levitation charm," he said, which was the most understated thing he'd ever said. They walked back through the corridors in the way of 4 people who have just been through something and are processing it at different speeds. Harry was furthest ahead in the processing. He'd already moved through the event itself and was now on the implications, specifically on Quirrell's face when he'd seen the inscription in the floor and the thing behind his eyes that had been very, very interested in what Harry could do. That interest was a problem. Not because Harry was afraid of it. Because it was going to change Voldemort's approach, whatever that approach currently was, and Harry preferred to understand changes in the variables before they expressed themselves in ways he hadn't accounted for. He needed to talk to Dumbledore sooner than Saturday. "Hermione," he said. She looked at him. She'd been very quiet since they left the bathroom, the specific quiet of someone turning something over. "What you did in there," he said. "Covering for us with McGonagall, I didn't cover for you," she said, and there was a slight edge to it, not defensiveness, something more precise. "I told her what happened. Accurately. You framed it in a way that minimized the implications of what I did to the floor," Harry said. "Which was accurate but selective. That was a choice." She looked at him for a moment. "What you did to the floor," she said, "is going to be interesting enough without me adding to it. McGonagall already saw it. Snape saw it." She paused. "Quirrell saw it." "I know," Harry said. "Quirrell looked at you like," she stopped. Started again. "Quirrell looked at you like you were something he'd been trying to find." "I know that too," Harry said. She gave him the look she gave him when she knew there was more and was deciding whether to push. "Then, you'll tell me. When there's something to tell." "Yes," he said. She nodded once, satisfied, and they walked the rest of the way to the tower without talking, and it was the kind of silence that sits between people who have understood something about each other and don't need to annotate it. He went to Dumbledore the next morning. Not Saturday, Friday, first thing, before breakfast, because the ward's assessment of the previous evening had settled overnight into a clarity he needed to share immediately. Dumbledore's office was at the top of a moving staircase that opened for Harry without requiring the password, which he noticed and filed. The office itself was circular and full of instruments that did things he didn't recognize yet and would like to, and there was a bird on a perch that was either a phoenix or the most dramatic pigeon in Britain, and Dumbledore was already awake, already at his desk, already, Harry strongly suspected, expecting him. "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said. "Tea." "Thank you," Harry said, sitting in the chair across the desk. "You heard about the troll." "Minerva's account was thorough," Dumbledore said, pouring. "And the castle has its own account, which was equally detailed." "What did the castle's account include?" "The inscription in the floor," Dumbledore said, without hesitation. "And Quirrell's response to it." Harry took the tea. "Then you know the thing behind the turban saw what I did." "Yes." And you know what it means that Voldemort has now seen my ward deployed in a direct application. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. He sat back in his chair with his teacup and looked at Harry with the expression he'd had in the corridor on Thursday, that unguarded quality, the relief and the something else that Harry was increasingly certain was grief. "Tell me what you think it means," Dumbledore said. Harry had thought about this all night. It means his approach changes. Until now whatever he's been planning, Quirrell's attempt on the stone, or preparation for it, has been built around a model of me that's about 10 years out of date. An infant. The boy who survived because of his mother's sacrifice, not because of anything he was. He set the teacup down. Now he's seen something different. And he's intelligent, genuinely, deeply intelligent, the books make that clear. He'll update. To what? He'll be more cautious, Harry said. And more curious. The ward isn't just a defense, it's a statement about what kind of magic I carry. He knows that magic. He knows the runic tradition. He'll understand the ward's implications better than almost anyone alive. Harry paused. He might also be interested. In the same way he was interested in anything that matched his understanding of what magic could be. "You've thought about his psychology," Dumbledore said. "I think about everyone's psychology," Harry said. "His is more important than most right now." Dumbledore looked at him. "He made something similar to a ward once," Harry said. "When he was young. His magic was also structural, also defensive in origin. He wanted the same thing I wanted, safety. Protection." He met Dumbledore's eyes. "You know this." "I know a great deal about Tom Riddle's early magic," Dumbledore said, carefully. "Then you know that what I'm doing isn't alien to him. It's familiar. And familiar things, to someone like him, produce either alliance or elimination. He won't be neutral about it." Harry picked up his tea again. "Which means the timeline has shifted. Whatever he was planning for the stone, he'll move it up or change it, because leaving me operational and developing is now a more significant variable than it was yesterday." Dumbledore was very still. "You're 11 years old," he said, not as a dismissal, as a statement that seemed to produce in him a complex private response. "I know," Harry said. "I'd prefer if people stopped noting that as though it were an argument against taking me seriously." "It isn't," Dumbledore said. "It's," he paused. "I spent a great deal of time preparing for a child who would need to be guided toward understanding his situation gradually. Who would require protection while he grew into what he needed to become. I built plans around that child. And I'm not that child," Harry said. "You are emphatically not that child," Dumbledore said, and the smile that appeared briefly on his face was rueful and genuine and younger than the rest of his expression. "Which does rather require me to reconsider the plans." "The prophecy," Harry said. "You promised me the full version on Saturday. I'd like it now." Dumbledore considered him. Then he told him. All of it. The exact words, the context, the Hogsmeade night it had been delivered, the interrupted eavesdropping, the fraction that had reached the wrong ears and set everything in motion. He delivered it without softening, without editorializing, in the clear flat tone of a man who has decided that this person in front of him has earned the unmanaged version. Harry listened. When Dumbledore finished, the office was quiet except for the soft sounds of the instruments doing their various quiet things and the phoenix moving on its perch. Neither can live while the other survives. Harry sat with it. He turned it over the way he turned everything over, looking at the structure of it, the internal logic, the gap between what it said and what it meant. "It doesn't say how," he said. "No," Dumbledore said. "It doesn't say when. Or where. Or in what condition either of us needs to be in." He looked at Dumbledore. "It says one of us has to kill the other. It doesn't say anything about who has the advantage." "No," Dumbledore said again, watching him. "And it was made by a seer who was having a genuine vision," Harry said. "Not a constructed prediction. A real one. Which means it's a description of something that will happen, not a prescription for how I need to behave in order to make it happen. A meaningful distinction, Dumbledore said. It means I don't have to be the person you were preparing for, Harry said. I don't have to be brought to the right readiness by the right path at the right time. The prophecy just says the outcome. The path is mine. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Yes, he said, quietly. That's right. Then I want to be involved, Harry said. Not briefed after the fact. Not managed toward conclusions you've already drawn. Involved. You have information I need and I have information you need, and neither of us is going to handle this well if we're working from partial pictures. Dumbledore was quiet. You planned for a child, Harry said, not unkindly. Plan for me instead. The phoenix made a sound that was low and warm and shouldn't have been meaningful and somehow was. Dumbledore set down his teacup and looked at his hands for a moment, and then looked at Harry, and whatever expression had been going through his face settled into something that was, Harry thought, the most honest expression he'd seen on the old man yet. All right, Dumbledore said. Let's begin. They talked for 2 hours. By the time Harry left to make the tail end of breakfast, he had a fuller picture of Voldemort's current state than almost anyone alive possessed, a clear understanding of what the stone was and why Flamel had agreed to its temporary relocation, the full list of protections on the 3rd floor and who had designed each one, and a specific and very important piece of information that Dumbledore had been holding. Voldemort needed a body, was not capable of sustained action without Quirrell's assistance, and was therefore more constrained than he appeared. He also had, from Dumbledore, something he hadn't expected. Your grandmother's monograph, Dumbledore said, as Harry stood to leave. Euphemia's. On spontaneous protective inscription in magical children. Flitwick mentioned it, Harry said. I have a copy. She wrote a second one, Dumbledore said. Unpublished. She gave me the only copy, with instructions to pass it on if the gift appeared again in the family. He opened a desk drawer and produced a thin sheaf of parchment, hand-bound. She wrote it when she understood what you'd be, or what someone would be, in the next generation or the one after. She was a remarkable woman. Harry took the parchment. His grandmother's handwriting, which he recognized from the note in the vault. Neat, strong, precise. On the nature of the ward-bearer, the title said. For whoever comes next. He stood in the middle of the office reading the first page, and Dumbledore poured himself more tea and said nothing, and the phoenix watched with its ancient orange eyes, and Harry read his grandmother's careful, specific, deeply personal account of the magic he carried and felt, not for the first time, but more clearly than before, the particular grief of receiving something precious from someone he had never met and could not thank. He put the parchment in his bag. Thank you, he said. She left it for you, Dumbledore said. I was just keeping it. He found his friends at the Gryffindor table. Ron was eating toast with the vigor of someone whose conscience has been addressed and whose appetite has recovered. Hermione was reading, which meant she was fine. Neville had saved Harry a seat, which was Neville's particular language of care, not grand gestures, just the small consistently reliable ones. Harry sat down and filled a plate and looked at the three of them. We need to talk about the stone, he said. 3 pairs of eyes turned to him. The Philosopher's Stone, he said, quieter. It's what's on the 3rd floor. Someone's going to try to steal it, and I now know when, or nearly when. And I think when they do, we're going to need to be ready. Ron put down his toast. You talked to Dumbledore. This morning. He told me everything. Hermione closed her book. Everything. As much as I needed to know, Harry said. Which is quite a lot. He looked at all 3 of them. I'm not going to manage this information and bring you in later. That's not how I want to work. He glanced at his bag, where the parchment sat next to his notebooks. So. Here's what I know. He told them. Not all of it, some of it was specific to him and the prophecy and things that needed more time to sit before he could say them aloud, but the operational picture. The stone. Quirrell. The protections on the third floor. What Voldemort was and wasn't capable of. He watched them receive it. Neville listened the way he listened to important information, intently, storing it, his round face very still. Ron listened with the focus he brought to things that mattered, which was different from his ordinary attention, sharper and more committed. Hermione listened and made 2 small notes on the margin of the parchment she'd been reading, and Harry noted that both notes were questions, not reactions. She was already thinking operationally. When he finished, there was a short silence. "Right," Ron said. "So what do we do?" "We prepare," Harry said. "We learn the protections on the third floor as thoroughly as possible and we work out what we'd do if we needed to move through them. We keep watching Quirrell. And we don't wait to be told something is happening, we watch for it ourselves." "Dumbledore knows?" Hermione said. "Yes. We're working together now." Harry picked up a piece of toast. "He's better informed than he was yesterday." "So are we." "Is he," Neville started, and then seemed to think about how to finish, "is he worried?" "I think he's been worried for a long time," Harry said. "He's less alone with it now." Neville nodded, and something in his face, that old baseline quality Harry had noticed on the train, the low-grade weight of someone who had been carrying inadequacy like a second skin, shifted. "Not gone. But lighter. I can find out about the herbological components of some of the protections," Neville said, quietly. "The Devil's Snare section. I know a lot about Devil's Snare." "Perfect," Harry said, and meant it completely. "That's exactly what I need." The great hall moved around them with its morning noise and its enchanted ceiling and its 400 students who had no idea that at the Gryffindor table, in the specific space created by 4 11-year-olds with their heads together over toast and parchment, something was being built that was going to matter. Harry ate his breakfast. The ward on his ring was quiet and warm and ready. The castle breathed around them all, patient and old and keeping watch, and somewhere in the stone beneath their feet the foundation enchantments ran their slow deep current, and the thing they had been built to recognize sat at a breakfast table and planned, and the planning had the quality it always had when Harry Potter planned something: thorough, specific, and very, very difficult to account for in advance. Chapter 7, Mirror. The move came on a Tuesday in June. Harry knew because the ward told him. He'd been sleeping, actually sleeping, which he'd been making a point of doing more of since March, after Hermione had delivered a calm, evidence-based argument about cognitive function and rest that he'd found difficult to refute, when the ring warmed on his finger with a sharp, specific pulse that had him sitting up in the dark of the dormitory before he was fully awake. Not the ambient wrongness of Quirrell in a classroom. Not the low directional signal of the thing behind the turban being aware of him from a distance. This was active. Mobile. The ward was reading movement through the castle with the specific signature of directed intent, and the intent was pointed at a very specific location. The third floor. He was out of bed and dressed in under 2 minutes. Neville was awake before Harry reached the door. He'd always slept lightly, some old reflex of a childhood where you needed to know when the atmosphere in a house was changing, and looked at Harry with clear eyes in the dark and said nothing, which was the correct response. "Get Ron," Harry said quietly. "Meet me at the portrait hole." He went to wake Hermione. She was already awake. He knocked on the girls' dormitory door and she opened it 30 seconds later, fully dressed, her bag over her shoulder, with the expression of someone who has been lying in the dark running calculations for the last 20 minutes. "I felt it," she said, before he could speak. "The castle, there's something wrong with the enchantments on the third floor. I couldn't feel it the way you do, but it's like," she paused, looking for the right description, "like a sound that stops. The background noise you've stopped hearing until it's gone." "Quirrell's moving," Harry said. "Tonight." She nodded. "Then we go." They met Ron and Neville at the portrait hole. Ron had a torch and his wand and the focused look he got during chess when he was 3 moves ahead and committing to the line. Neville had his wand in one hand and in the other, without comment or explanation, a small jar that Harry recognized as a devil's snare antidote preparation. Neville had been quietly maintaining it since November in the same way he quietly did most useful things, without announcement or fanfare. They went through the portrait hole. The corridors were dark and the castle was cooperating. Harry felt it actively smoothing the path, doors opening before they reached them, the staircases utterly stable, no movement, no redirection. The castle knew where they were going and had decided to help them get there, which had a quality that Harry found both reassuring and, in the way he found most things that confirmed a large pattern, faintly solemn. "Filch?" Ron said, very quietly. "North Tower," Harry said. The ward had his location, which was a capability he'd developed over months of passively tracking the castle's inhabitants, not deliberately, just as a function of the ward's environmental awareness having calibrated to Hogwarts-specific enchantment structure. "Mrs. Norris is with him." "Peeves," Hermione said. "East wing, 3rd floor, but different corridor." Ron looked at him. "You know where everyone in the castle is right now?" "Not everyone," Harry said. "Everyone who registers as a significant variable." "That's extremely useful and slightly alarming," Ron said. "Both," Harry agreed. They moved. The 3rd floor corridor door was open. Not forced open, the lock hadn't been broken, it had been unlocked, which meant Quirrell had either had the password or had used a key, both of which implied more preparation than a spontaneous decision. The door stood ajar and through it came the specific quality of wrongness that the ward associated with Quirrell at maximum intensity, with something underneath it that was older and colder and distinctly aware. Harry pushed the door open the rest of the way. The dog was unconscious. 3 heads, all down. The breathing was enormous and slow, each exhalation a gust of warm air that smelled of meat and old stone. The harp was playing by itself in the corner, Quirrell's work, obviously, and still running on whatever charm he'd set, but the song was thin and repetitive and the dog had been under long enough that its sleep had its own momentum now. "Don't touch the harp," Harry said. "If the song stops before we're through, we'd rather not find out," Hermione said. The trapdoor was open. Harry went first. The devil's snare was the worst part for everyone except Neville. They dropped through the trapdoor into darkness and the plant was immediate, soft and quick and very strong, tendrils wrapping before they'd oriented themselves, and Ron made a sound that suggested he'd got a good grip on him already, and Hermione produced a fire from her wand tip with the focused efficiency of someone who'd prepared for this specific scenario. Neville, who had spent a term quietly becoming the most knowledgeable person in their year on the subject of herbological hazards, did something with his jar that released a compound into the air around him, and the devil's snare recoiled from him with the alacrity of a plant encountering something it very strongly wanted to be elsewhere from. He caught Ron's arm with one hand and helped pull him toward the light as Hermione's fire drove the tendrils back. 30 seconds and they were through. Neville looked at his jar. Looked at Ron. Looked at Harry with an expression that wasn't quite triumph. Neville didn't do triumph, not exactly, but was something close to its honest equivalent. The satisfaction of a person who prepared well and found the preparation adequate. "Nice," Ron said, catching his breath. "I've been working on it since November," Neville said, and then looked like he hadn't meant to say that. "I know," Harry said. "I watched you. I should have said something." Neville blinked. "You knew I was preparing." "I noticed. I should have told you it was good work." Harry looked at him. "It was very good work." Neville's expression did the thing it did when someone gave him genuine direct acknowledgement. He didn't know quite where to put it and ended up looking slightly to the left of wherever the acknowledgement was coming from. "Right," he said. "Let's keep going." The flying keys were where Flitwick's protection stood, and they were both beautiful and completely impossible to catch on an ordinary broom, which none of them had. Hermione solved this. She'd read the specification of every protection Dumbledore had described to Harry, and Harry had described to them, and she had spent 3 months in the library cross-referencing the magical properties of enchanted independent flight objects, which was a very specific research topic that Madame Pants had found memorable. The wings are the control mechanism, she said, standing at the edge of the chamber with thousands of keys wheeling overhead. The body is the key. If you remove the wings' autonomy from the body, even briefly, the key falls. How do you remove a wing's autonomy? Ron said. You make it think it's landed, Hermione said. She raised her wand. Firm surface. An anchor point. You trick the wing's enchantment into registering a surface below it, the wing stops working because it thinks it's unnecessary. She cast. Not Wingardium Leviosa, a more complex charm, something she developed herself from the research, and Harry watched it leave her wand with the appreciation of someone who recognizes elegant magical thinking in practice. The charm spread upward through the chamber like a net, invisible, casting a false floor signal through the air, and the keys, encountering the signal, wings misreading it as ground, dropped. Not all of them. About 40%. Enough. The old iron key with the broken wing was on the floor in under 10 seconds, because Harry had the description memorized and was moving the moment the keys started dropping. He held it up. Ron looked at Hermione with an expression of pure uncomplicated admiration. She looked back at him with the expression she wore when she'd solved something and someone had noticed, which was different from her ordinary expression, warmer, less defended. That was yours, Harry said to her, fitting the key to the lock. We'll have all summer to discuss the theory, she said. McGonagall's chess set was enormous and hostile and the pieces were already in the configuration Quirrell had passed through, which meant the board had reset, the defensive mechanism responding to a new game rather than tracking the previous player, which was the castle's protection logic functioning exactly as designed. Ron looked at the board. His face went through 3 expressions in 4 seconds, assessment, recognition, decision. I need to play this, he said. You need to play it and win it quickly, Harry said. We don't know how much time. I know, Ron said, with a calm certainty that was more characteristic of someone 5 years older than he was. I know. Give me a minute to see it. He walked the edge of the board, looking at the pieces. The pieces looked back with the hostile patience of things that have been designed to evaluate and then destroy. Harry watched him. Ron had a quality that didn't show in ordinary circumstances. Most of the time Ron's intelligence was social, interpersonal, fast reading the emotional mathematics of a room, but under the piece's cold assessment he was doing something different, something structural, and Harry thought about what Neville had said once, about Ron and chess. He doesn't just play the board, he plays the person playing it. Except there was no person to play here. Just the game. Just the logic. Maybe that was easier. White takes the middle, Ron said, to himself. Black castles, no, that leaves the queen exposed. He moved, stepped back, looked at the board from another angle. Okay. Queen has to sacrifice. For time. Not for position. He turned to them. I'm going to play us through in 6 moves. The queen takes knight's bishop in move 4. That'll put the king in check, and the queen, Harry said. And the queen, Ron said. But we'll be through. He paused. That's how you win a game you can't afford to play long. You find what you're willing to give up. He stepped onto the board. The pieces moved. Harry watched the game and the ward simultaneously, tracking the distant pulse of the thing on the far side of the protections, which was stronger now, warmer and more present, as though proximity had given it resolution. He felt it become aware that it was not alone. Felt the quality of that awareness sharpen into something specific. It knew he was here. Good. Ron moved the queen. The board's white queen swept across 8 squares in a long diagonal line and hit Ron's piece, the one Ron was standing on, and the impact was large and efficient and Ron went down hard, and Neville moved toward him immediately, and the board recognized the game as resolved and went still. Harry reached Ron in 3 steps. I'm fine, Ron said, which was not quite accurate. He was conscious, which was the critical metric. Go. I'm fine. Neville's with me. Harry looked at him. Ron met his eyes with an expression that was straightforward and completely unambiguous. I did this to get you through. Go make it worth it. We'll be back, Harry said. I know, Ron said. Hermione's protection was the potion logic problem, and Harry stood back and watched her work it with the satisfaction of someone watching a mechanism operate at its designed capacity. 7 bottles. A riddle about position and poison. She read it twice, he counted, 2 full passes, and then her finger moved along the line of bottles with the precision of a person who has solved the equation and is now simply confirming the answer. This one, she said, tapping the smallest bottle on the right. 4 forward. And this one, left end, round bottle, 4 back. Harry looked at the bottles. Ran the riddle's logic. Checked her answer. She was right. You should go back, he said. I know. She picked up the round bottle for the retreat, looked at it, set it down. Looked at Harry. He's through there. Quirrell. And whatever's on him. Yes. She looked at him with the expression she'd had in the bathroom in October, after the troll, that thing she'd arrived at past fear, the functional state. She'd added something to it since then. Experience, maybe. Or trust in her own processing. You've been preparing for this, she said. Since November. Since before that, actually. You've been preparing for this since you were 3 years old in a cupboard, building something that could protect you. Harry said nothing. I just want you to know that I know that, she said. And that it matters. What you've built. She looked at the ring on his hand. Go. We'll be here. He took the forward bottle. He drank it. He went through the black flames. The last chamber was lit with torchlight and it smelled of cold stone and something older than stone, and Quirrell was standing in front of the mirror of Eriste with his back to Harry and his hands at his sides. Harry stepped in. The black flames closed behind him. Quirrell turned. His face was different in here, the stammer gone, not gradually, completely, the way a mask comes off when there's no audience left to maintain it for. What remained was more precise, more intelligent, and much colder. The face of a man who had been playing a role long enough to be tired of it and was relieved to have finished. I wondered, Quirrell said, when you would come. Did you think I wouldn't? Harry said. I thought you might be more cautious. Quirrell's eyes went to the ring. To Harry's hands, his wand, the ring again. The ward. It's been tracking me all year. Since the first defense class, Harry said. Quirrell looked at him. Not with the frustration of a man whose cover is blown. With something more complicated, a professional's assessment. Remarkable, he said. Truly. I expected the boy who lived. I got something considerably more interesting. Where is he? Harry said. Voldemort. The name sat in the chamber without echo. Quirrell's lips moved. Not the stammer, something else. And then the voice that came out was not Quirrell's voice, and it did not come from Quirrell's mouth. It came from the back of his head. Here, it said. The voice was, Harry had no good framework for it. Thin, like something that had been stretched past the point of holding its original shape. But underneath the thinness was a quality that was the opposite of thin, dense, concentrated, the voice of something that had been compressed into a space smaller than it was meant to occupy. Come to the mirror, Harry Potter. Let's have a proper conversation. Harry walked to the mirror. He kept Quirrell in his peripheral vision, the ward tracking him, ready, the ring warm, and looked into the glass. He saw himself. Not a wish version. Not himself surrounded by wealth or glory or his parents, which was what the mirror was supposed to show, the deep, dangerous desire of the heart. He just saw himself, standing in the chamber, with the ring on his finger and the wand in his hand and the ward active in the air around him, and the symbols on the mirror's edge were glowing faintly, and his reflection's eyes were very clear. Interesting, said the voice from Quirrell's turban. It had moved somehow, Quirrell had turned, or shifted, and the voice was now directed at the mirror. You desire nothing you don't already have. Not nothing, Harry said. Just not what the mirror shows most people. What would it show you? My parents, Harry said. But I've known about that for a long time. Wanting something you can't have is a trap. I don't live in traps. A pause. You sound like someone I once knew, the voice said. You sound like someone I've been reading about for 4 years, Harry said. Tom Riddle. Wool's Orphanage. Hogwarts. The Cave with Morphin Gaunt. The Horcruxes. The silence that followed was different from the previous silences. Quirrell's body went very still. You know about the Horcruxes, the voice said, and it was no longer quite the same register. Something had shifted, something had recalibrated, and what came out was simultaneously colder and more present, as though the name had drawn more of it into the surface. I know about them, Harry said. Dumbledore has been thorough. He looked at the mirror. I know what they are. I know roughly how many. I know what making them does to a person. Then you know I cannot die. You can't die the way a whole person dies, Harry said. What you are right now is different from what you were. The Horcruxes keep a version of you attached, but they don't keep the original. What's speaking to me right now isn't Tom Riddle. He paused. I think Tom Riddle would find that fact more disturbing than you currently do. Quirrell moved, a sharp, involuntary movement, the body's response to something the thing inside it didn't want to feel, and then stilled. You are 11 years old, the voice said, and for the first time there was something underneath the control. Something that was not quite emotion. Voldemort had not had clean access to emotion for decades, but was in the territory where emotion had been. Everyone keeps noting that, Harry said. It keeps being irrelevant. The mirror, the voice said. Show me what you see in it. No. The refusal landed cleanly, without hesitation or apology. I wasn't asking. I know, Harry said. You weren't asking because you expect to compel me, or because you expect Quirrell to provide the compulsion. But the ward on my ring is a direct malice mirror. You've been reading its signature for months, you know what it does. Any force applied to me comes back to the source. That's been true since I was 3. He looked at the mirror. At his own clear eyes in the glass. I'm not frightened of you. I want you to understand that as a fact, not a boast. Silence. Why not? It was the first question that sounded genuinely curious rather than strategically posed, and Harry turned it over before answering. Because you're incomplete, he said. What you did to yourself, the Horcruxes, the fracturing, you're less than you were and more fragile than you appear. You terrify people who believe you're what you were at your peak. I know you're not. He paused. And because I've been building something for 8 years that exists specifically to protect me from things like you. The ward isn't afraid of you. And I trust the ward. Another silence. Longer. The ward, the voice said. Let me tell you what I see, Harry Potter. I see a boy who has been building protection since he was 3 years old because he was afraid. The circumstances have changed, the sophistication has changed, but the origin is the same. Fear. And anything built from fear can be dismantled by addressing the fear, Harry said. Yes. That's a real argument. It would apply if the ward were built only from fear. He looked at his reflection. But it's not. It started that way. It grew into something else. What I build now, what I put in my room, what I put in the castle floors, what I put in the kitchen above the window to fix my aunt's headaches, isn't built from fear. It's built from wanting people to be safe. He looked at Quirrell, at the turban, at the thing behind it. Fear and protection are the same origin. Different directions. You went one way. I went the other. Quirrell's body moved toward the mirror. Get the stone for me, the voice said, dropping the pretense of conversation. Full directive now. You can see it in the mirror, you have no desire for it, it will appear to you as it is rather than as you want it. Give it to me. No, Harry said. The boy has a choice, the voice said, shifting register, taking on the quality of something that had decided to make an offer. I killed his parents because of a prophecy I believed I understood. I understand it differently now. I have reconsidered certain things, in the years of thinking. The boy is not my enemy unless he chooses to be. Harry said nothing. The ward magic. The runic tradition. There are texts, ancient ones that Dumbledore has no access to, that address exactly what you're doing. I can tell you where they are. I can tell you what you are. The full picture, not the managed version Dumbledore presents. Quirrell took another step toward the mirror. Work with me. Not serve me, with me. The distinction matters to me, and I think it matters to you. Harry looked at the mirror. He looked at his reflection for a long moment. He thought about his grandmother's second monograph, which he'd been reading and annotating since Dumbledore gave it to him. About what she'd written in the final pages, the pages she'd clearly written last, when she was older, when she'd had time to think about what the gift meant and where it went. The ward-bearer's magic is relational. It grows in proportion to what it protects. Give it nothing to protect and it becomes smaller. Give it the wrong things to protect and it distorts. The health of the ward is the health of the ward-bearer's relationships. This is not a limitation. It is the shape of the magic's wisdom. He thought about Neville on the chessboard, hand on Ron's shoulder. Ron going down and saying go, I'm fine. Hermione at the black fire, what you've built matters. He thought about Petunia in the station, straight-backed, handing him a key she'd carried for 10 years. No, he said. No to what specifically, the voice said, very controlled. No to the offer. No to giving you the stone. No to the idea that what you can tell me about myself is something I want from you. He faced Quirrell directly now, the ward fully active, the ring warm enough to feel clearly through his whole hand. You want me to see you as someone who understands what I am. But you don't. You looked at protective magic and saw a defense mechanism you could analyze and exploit. I looked at the same thing and saw a relationship. He paused. That's the difference. That's why you went the way you went and I went the other way. Not intelligence, we probably have similar intelligence. Not power. Intention. You use everything. I build with things. Poetic, the voice said. But you're still an 11-year-old boy standing between me and the stone and you have not yet explained how you intend to stop me taking it. You can't touch me, Harry said. The ward. You read its signature, you know what it does to directed malice, it mirrors force back to the source. You're a fragment of a soul living in the back of another man's head. Whatever you send at me comes back to you, amplified by intent. You touch me and you damage yourself. A pause. Quirrell can, the voice said. Quirrell can touch me, Harry said. But Quirrell has also been carrying you for months. What happens to a person who carries active dark magic at that proximity for that long? The books are specific about it. He's compromised. His own magic is compromised. He touches me and the ward responds to his intent and whatever comes back. Harry looked at Quirrell's face, at the lines in it, the exhaustion, the pallor of a man who has been disappearing for months in increments. It won't be good for either of you. You're bluffing, the voice said. Test it, Harry said. Quirrell reached for him. The ward activated. Not the way it activated in response to ambient malice, the low pressure, the headaches, the nausea. This was the full direct malice response, the triple spiral functioning exactly as his grandmother had described. What is sent against the bearer returns first to the sender, amplified by intent. And Quirrell's intent was complete and unambiguous, everything in him directed at Harry with the totality of a man who had given himself entirely to someone else's purpose. The moment Quirrell's hands touched Harry's wrist the ward discharged. Harry felt it leave him, the energy flowing outward through the ring, through his skin, through the point of contact, not as pain but as release, a complete and instantaneous transfer. He felt Quirrell's intent, complex and terrible, a man who had chosen this and regretted it and kept choosing it, and the ward's amplification of that intent, turned back on its source like a mirror catching the sun. Quirrell screamed. He pulled his hands back. The skin where he'd touched Harry was burning, not a metaphor, literally burning, the way skin burned when it encountered something fundamentally incompatible with it. He stared at his hands. "What?" Quirrell said, and it was Quirrell's voice, the one beneath the stammer and beneath the performance, the real one, thin with shock. "What are you?" "Let him go," Harry said. Not to Quirrell. To the voice. "You're destroying him. Whatever he was before you found him, you're finishing the destruction now." "Let him go and we can." "I will not," the voice started. "You can't touch me," Harry said. "You can't use him to touch me. You can't get the stone without touching me or the mirror, and I'm standing between you and both." He looked at Quirrell's burning hands, and at the man's face, which was cycling through something that Harry read as pain and something deeper than pain. "This is over tonight. Whether you accept that now or after more of this," he gestured at Quirrell's hands, "is the only choice you actually have." Silence. Then the voice said something that Harry had not expected. "You should have been mine," it said, and it was not a threat. It was the tone of a man recognizing a loss he hadn't known he was capable of registering. The magic. The ward. "In another life, another set of choices, I know," Harry said. "Does it bother you? The prophecy. One of us has to kill the other." "Yes," Harry said, honestly. "Not because I'm afraid of you. Because it's a waste. You could have built something extraordinary. You still could, if," he stopped. "But you won't. I know that. And I think you know that I know it." "Sentiment," the voice said. "Accuracy," Harry said. And then something happened that Harry had not planned for and couldn't have planned for. Quirrell collapsed. Not violently. Not dramatically. He simply came apart, the way something comes apart when the thing holding it together leaves, all at once, and he hit the floor of the chamber with the slow certainty of a person who has nothing left, and the ward registered the departure of the thing from the body, felt it scatter, dissipate, the fragment of soul that had been riding Quirrell detaching in a way that was not death, not departure, just dissolution, back into whatever thin existence it maintained between hosts. Harry stood in the chamber. He looked at Quirrell on the floor. At his hands, which were still burning. He crouched beside him. The ward assessed. Quirrell was alive, barely, the biological machinery still running on its own momentum. His hands were badly damaged. His eyes, open, looked at the ceiling with the expression of a man who has been very far away for a long time and has just arrived back in a room he doesn't recognize. "Can you hear me?" Harry said. Quirrell's eyes moved. "Help is coming," Harry said. "Dumbledore knows you're here. I sent word through the castle before we came down." He looked at the man on the floor. "Whatever you were before, I don't know enough to judge that. But I'm sorry it ended this way." Quirrell made a sound. Harry looked at the mirror. His reflection looked back. Still clear-eyed. Still itself. And in the mirror's frame, in the enchanted glass, he could see the philosopher's stone, small, red, sitting in his reflection's pocket, and he understood the mirror's design, Dumbledore's design. You can only find it if you don't want to use it. He reached into his own pocket. The stone was there. He held it for a moment. Small. Warm. Enormously significant in the way small things sometimes were. He put it back in his pocket, because it was safer in his pocket than anywhere else in this room until Dumbledore arrived, which the ward told him would be in approximately 3 minutes. The old man was moving through the castle with the specific quality of someone who has been waiting for a signal and is now moving on it. He sat on the floor of the chamber, next to the man who had nearly been the vessel for something ancient and terrible, and waited. The torches burned. The mirror reflected the room accurately, without embellishment. The ward settled into its ambient warm hum, protection without a target, doing what it did when it had done its work and found the environment safe, holding. Dumbledore came through the flames 90 seconds later. He looked at Quirrell. At Harry. At the mirror. At Harry's right hand, at the ring. He said, very quietly, "Are you hurt?" "No," Harry said. "The stone?" Harry put his hand in his pocket and produced it and held it out. Dumbledore looked at it for a moment. Then he took it with both hands, carefully, the way you took something that had survived something difficult. "You held it," Dumbledore said. "Someone had to," Harry said. "It seemed like it should be someone who didn't want it." Dumbledore looked at him with the expression Harry had seen before, the relief and the grief in the same proportion, and added something new to it. Something that Harry thought, in a person with a less considered public face, might have been called wonder. "The conversation he tried to have with you," Dumbledore said. "In the last few minutes. The castle tells me some of what happens in its chambers." He paused. "What did he offer you?" "Answers," Harry said. "Texts I haven't found. A version of my own history from his perspective." "And?" "I said no," Harry said. "Because you didn't trust the offer," Dumbledore said. "Because I don't need him to tell me who I am," Harry said. "I've been working that out since I was 3. I'm not finished yet. But I'm doing it on my own terms." He looked at Quirrell. "What happens to him?" "He'll be cared for," Dumbledore said, and meant it. "Whatever Quirinus chose, his condition now is not his fault entirely, and the wizarding medical system is considerably better equipped than the Muggle one for magical damage of this nature." Harry nodded. He stood up. He was tired, not frightened tired, not the exhaustion of someone who has been through something terrible and come out diminished. The clean tired of something resolved. He felt the ward settling around him, the ring cooling slightly now that the active threat had gone, and the castle's enchantments doing their slow deep recalibration as they registered that the chamber's specific emergency was over. "Go to the hospital wing," Dumbledore said. "Madame Pomfrey." "I'm not injured," Harry said. "Nevertheless," Dumbledore said, with the gentle firmness of someone who has decided that some arguments are not arguments. "Your friends will be there. The Weasley boys' injuries are not serious but they benefit from attention." Harry looked at him. "I'd also," Dumbledore said, more quietly, "prefer you to be somewhere I can confirm is safe tonight. Indulge me." It was, Harry thought, the first time Dumbledore had asked him to do something rather than managing him toward doing it. There was a difference. He appreciated the difference. "All right," he said. He took one last look at the mirror, at the chamber, at the stone now in Dumbledore's hands, at the torches burning in their ancient brackets, at Quirrell on the floor with his burned hands and his returned expression, however thin, of himself. He walked through the black flames and back through the chambers, through the chess-board where the pieces had stilled and the king's side lay toppled, through the key chamber where the keys hung quiet now, through the devil's snare that recoiled from the ring's warmth, and up through the trapdoor and out into the corridor. He found his friends in the corridor near the staircases. Neville and Hermione had come back for Ron, who was walking under his own power with the slightly dazed quality of someone whose adrenaline has finished and whose body is presenting its bill. They looked at Harry. He looked at them. "Done," he said. Ron said, "The stone." "Safe," Harry said. "Dumbledore has it." "Quirrell." Hermione said. "Alive. Being dealt with." And, Neville started, and the word he didn't say hung clearly in the air. "Gone," Harry said. "For now. Not permanently. But gone." They stood in the corridor with the castle breathing around them and the ward settled and warm and the late-night dark of Hogwarts doing its ordinary work, and no one said anything for a moment. Then Ron put his arm around Neville's shoulders and Hermione took a sharp breath and let it out slowly and Harry looked at the ring on his hand, at the triple spiral that had been the first thing his magic had ever made for itself, and felt something he didn't have a clean name for that lived in the territory between enough and beginning. "Hospital wing," he said. They went. Chapter 8. The shape of what comes next. The hospital wing had 12 beds and smelled of dittany and clean linen and the particular antiseptic quality of a room designed to process damage efficiently, and Madame Pomfrey moved through it with the brisk authority of someone who has made a professional decision to feel everything and show nothing and has maintained this policy with perfect consistency for 30 years. She looked at all four of them when they came in. She looked at Ron first, his shoulder, the bruising already visible above his collar, the way he was holding his left arm slightly away from his body, and directed him to a bed with the focused efficiency of a woman triaging. She looked at Neville, who had a shallow cut on his forearm from the chest chamber that he hadn't mentioned, and at Hermione, who had nothing physical wrong with her and whose expression made clear she was aware of this and would have preferred something treatable. She looked at Harry last. Her eyes went to the ring. She was magical enough, perceptive enough, long practiced enough in reading magical damage and magical health, to register the ward's warmth from a foot away, and her expression did something brief and private and then returned to professional. "Sit," she said, and pointed at a bed. "I'm not injured," Harry said. "I didn't ask," she said. He sat. She checked him with the same one-pass diagnostic she gave the others, and whatever it showed her she processed without comment, except for one moment near the end where the wand hesitated over his right hand and she looked at the ring and then at him with a question she apparently decided not to ask yet. "You'll all stay the night," she said. "Madame Pomfrey," Hermione started. "You will all," she said, with a pleasantness that was technically pleasantness and also completely immovable, "stay the night. You have each sustained some degree of magical stress in the last 2 hours, which presents no immediate danger and several potential complications if left unmonitored. You'll have beds, you'll have sleep, and I'll have answers in the morning." She looked at them over the frames of her reading glasses. "Is that clear?" "Yes," said Neville, Ron, and Hermione, in the tone of three people who recognize authority when they encounter it. Harry said, "Yes," a half-second later, because he was thinking about something else, and then felt the weight of 4 sets of eyes and amended his expression to present. Pomfrey gave him a look that suggested she'd noticed the half-second and would be thinking about it. She left them to it. Ron fell asleep inside 20 minutes, which was the specific achievement of a person whose body has made a unilateral decision to override the mind's objections. His breathing was even. His color was better. The bruising on his shoulder had already faded slightly under whatever Pomfrey had applied. Neville lasted longer. He sat in his bed with his arms around his knees for a while, not reading, not talking, existing in the quiet way he existed when he was processing something large. Harry watched him from across the ward and let the quiet be. Eventually Neville said, "Did you know it would work? In the chamber. What you did to Quirrell." "I knew the ward's properties," Harry said. "I knew what it would do to direct malice applied at contact range. I didn't know exactly what the result would look like." Neville thought about this. "But you weren't afraid to test it." "No. That's," Neville started, and stopped. He looked at Harry with the honest open expression he had when he was about to say something that he'd normally filter. "Can I ask you something?" "Yes," Harry said. "When you were in the cupboard," Neville said carefully. "At 3. When you made the runes. Were you the same then? The way you are now?" Harry considered this seriously. "No," he said. "I was frightened. I was very small and very frightened and I did the only thing available to me." He looked at the ring. "What I did then became the foundation of what I am now. But I wasn't this. I became this by working with what I'd made." Neville was quiet for a moment. "My gran keeps telling me that I should have been born with it," he said. "The confidence. The ability. Like it should already be there or it isn't really there." He looked at his hands. "Like Longbottom's are meant to arrive complete." "Nothing arrives complete," Harry said. "Everything's built." He paused. I made 7 protective runes at age 3 without knowing what they were. I spent the next 8 years figuring out what I'd made and why it worked and how to build more. The runes were always real. The understanding came later. He looked at Neville. You have real things. The venomous tentacula story. The devil's snare antidote you've been preparing since November. The way you went down into that chamber even though you didn't have to. I wasn't going to leave you, Neville said, straightforward, as though this required no particular credit. I know, Harry said. That's the point. Neville was quiet. The ward was quiet. The torches were low and the windows showed the dark blue of a June night going very early into morning. She put a biscuit outside my door once, Harry said. Who did? My aunt. Petunia. He'd never said this aloud before, not to anyone. When I was about 6. She never mentioned it. I never mentioned it. But I ate it and I've been thinking about it for 5 years, what it meant. He paused. It was a small thing. She couldn't do the big things, she'd made too many decisions against the big things. But she could leave a biscuit. And she did. He looked at his hands. Things don't have to start well. They just have to start. Neville looked at him. Then he lay down and pulled the blanket up and was asleep inside 10 minutes. Harry sat in his bed in a quiet hospital wing and let the night do its work. Hermione didn't sleep. He knew this because he wasn't sleeping either, and around 2 in the morning she sat up in her bed and looked at him across the dim ward and said, very quietly, "Were you scared at all?" "Yes," Harry said. She seemed slightly relieved by this. "I was terrified," she said. "I want you to know that. In case you thought I wasn't calm. I was very frightened the entire time." "I know," Harry said. "I could see it. But I did it anyway." "Yes," he said. "You did." She sat with her knees up and her chin on her arms and looked at the window. "The charm I used on the keys," she said. "The false floor signal. I developed it in October. I've been working on it since then, refining it." A pause. "I didn't know I'd need it specifically tonight. Once I understood the problem I couldn't stop working on the solution." "That's what you do," Harry said. "Is that useful?" "It's the most useful quality I've encountered," he said, and meant it without qualification. She looked at him. "You'd have found another way if I hadn't had that." "Probably. But your way was more elegant." He settled back against the pillow. "Hermione. You don't have to qualify what you contribute. It's good. Just let it be good." A long silence. "You do that thing," she said, "where you tell people exactly what they need to hear without making it sound like that's what you're doing." "I say what's accurate," Harry said. "Sometimes accurate is exactly what someone needs and you seem to know when," she said. "That's a specific skill. You should probably know you have it." Harry thought about this. "Thank you," he said. She lay back down. She was asleep before 3. Harry lay in the dark and listened to his friends breathe and thought about everything. Dumbledore came at 7. Pomfrey let him in with the expression of a woman who has made exceptions to visiting hours before and will make them again but has opinions about the practice. Dumbledore acknowledged her opinions with a gracious nod that suggested he both understood and was going to proceed anyway, and she departed to her office with the posture of someone who has said their piece. Ron was awake. He'd woken at 6 and had been making his way through the breakfast tray Pomfrey had left with the methodical appreciation of someone reassessing their relationship with food. Neville was reading. Hermione had a notebook out. Dumbledore looked at all of them and then at Harry. "How are you?" he said, and it was not the version people said when they didn't want an answer. "Well," Harry said. "You?" The faintest smile. "Considerably better than last night, thank you." He conjured a chair, it appeared without fuss, just there, which Harry noted as extremely efficient wandless conjuration, and sat. I've spoken with Nicholas Flamel. About the stone, Harry said. He and I have agreed that the stone should be destroyed, Dumbledore said. It was, not an easy agreement, on his part. He's given significant thought to what that means for himself and Perenelle. He paused. He asked me to pass on his thanks to whoever retrieved it from the chamber. I just held on to it, Harry said. You held on to it while Voldemort offered you what he knew you wanted, Dumbledore said, and declined without apparent difficulty. Nicholas feels that merits acknowledgement. Harry said nothing. Quirrell, Dumbledore said, shifting, is in St. Mungo's. His prognosis is, cautiously stable. The magical damage is significant but not irreversible, and the separation from his parasite has, oddly enough, simplified his recovery considerably. The body stops fighting itself when the invader is gone. He folded his hands. He'll face a review, when he's recovered enough. What happens after that is partly his own testimony and partly the Wisengamot's judgment. A pause. I'll advocate for consideration of his circumstances. He made choices, Harry said. He did, Dumbledore agreed. Choices made under increasingly extreme duress, over a period during which he was losing the capacity to make them freely. I don't excuse them. But I don't think the full weight of them sits on Quirinus Quirrell alone. He looked at Harry. You said something similar to him, in the chamber. I heard the echo of it through the castle. I told him I was sorry it ended this way, Harry said. Ron, across the ward, was very still. Not pretending to eat. Listening. That was generous, Dumbledore said. It was honest, Harry said. He was the wrong person for what he was doing and I don't think he enjoyed it and I think he'd been disappearing for a long time before he fully understood what he'd agreed to. He paused. I'm not sorry I did what I did. I'm sorry the situation existed. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Voldemort, he said. What he said to you. In the chamber. I told you what was relevant last night. You told me the offer he made, Dumbledore said. I want to know, if you're willing, what you felt when he spoke. Harry thought about this. Not about whether to share it, he decided to work honestly with Dumbledore and found no reason to revise the decision, but about how to say it accurately. Like talking to someone who started from the same place I did and went a completely different direction, he said. Someone who made sense to me in the way his thinking worked, the structure of it, the way he assessed things, but whose conclusions were completely alien. He paused. It was like reading a book in a language you understand until it says something impossible. You felt the similarity, Dumbledore said. Yes. I think you were afraid I would, Harry said. I think that's part of what you were managing, when you were managing me. You were afraid I'd get to him and find someone I recognized and be moved by the recognition. Dumbledore didn't deny this. I recognize him, Harry said. The orphanage, the wanting to be safe, the magic that came from something real and desperate. I recognize all of that. He looked at the ring. But recognition isn't the same as sympathy. And sympathy isn't the same as alliance. I can understand exactly how someone arrived somewhere and still think the somewhere they arrived is wrong. That, Dumbledore said quietly, is a distinction many people much older than you have not managed. It's just logic, Harry said. It is also a significant exercise of character, Dumbledore said, with the gentle firmness of someone declining to let this be minimized. Accept the acknowledgement. Harry accepted the acknowledgement. There's something I need to ask you, Harry said. About the prophecy. Dumbledore waited. The Horcruxes. Harry kept his voice level and matter-of-fact, because that was the only register in which this subject could be discussed usefully. How many? I have confirmed evidence of 5, Dumbledore said. I have strong reason to suspect a 6th. And there is a 7th possibility that I haven't yet. He stopped, and something moved across his face, a flicker of the private grief Harry had seen before. You haven't told me everything about the 7th, Harry said. No, Dumbledore said. Is it something I need to know now? Dumbledore was quiet for what was, for him, a long time. The instruments on his desk in the distant office were presumably doing their quiet things. The Phoenix was presumably watching with its ancient eyes. Not yet, he said. There are things I need to understand more fully before I can say them with the honesty they deserve. He met Harry's eyes. I will tell you. I give you my word, not in the managed way I was managing things before. When I know enough to be honest, I will be honest. Harry looked at him. All right, he said. You believe me, Dumbledore said, slightly surprised. You've been honest with me since the night in the corridor, Harry said. People who choose honesty once, under pressure, tend to keep choosing it. It's a pattern. He paused. Also, whatever the seventh thing is, the way you looked when you didn't tell me tells me more than you think. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. You are, he said, consistently the most exhausting person to maintain any degree of privacy around. I'll take that as a compliment, Harry said. It was meant as one, Dumbledore said, and stood. Rest today. End of year is next week. There are points to award and examinations to discuss, and I believe Professor McGonagall has some things to say to all four of you that will be more pleasant than she intends to let them appear. He looked at the four beds, at the four of them, Ron now openly listening, Neville with his book forgotten in his lap, Hermione with her pen hovering over her notebook. What you did last night, we did it together, Neville said, from his bed. He said it without emphasis, as a correction of record rather than a bid for credit. Dumbledore looked at him. Yes, he said. That is precisely correct. He looked at all four of them. What you did last night, together, was more than I built the protections to expect. I designed them for a significant but singular confrontation. What I got was four 11-year-olds who had been preparing for months, working as a unit, and who between them exceeded every protective layer I placed down there. He paused. I want to be clear that I am not suggesting you should have been there. The adult failure that placed you in that position is mine, and I'll be examining it. Another pause. But since you were there, and since what you did mattered, I want you to know I see it. All of it. All of you. He left. The hospital wing was quiet for a moment. Then Ron said, that was the most he's ever talked to us. He's recalibrating, Harry said. Give him time. He'll be better at it. Better at talking to us. Better at treating us like the situation requires, Harry said. He built plans around a different version of this. Now he's updating. That takes time. You're very understanding about the fact that he was managing you, Hermione said. I was managing him too, Harry said. Relationship goes both ways. She considered this. Fair. The last week of term had the quality of an exhale. Exams were, fine. More than fine for some of them, less than perfect for others, which was the shape of all genuine exams taken by genuine people rather than the theoretical perfect students that exam setters appeared to be imagining. Harry found most of the practical exams straightforward and most of the theory exams interesting, which was a better relationship with examinations than most of his year seemed to have. The point situation resolved itself in the way large institutional point situations resolved, with announcement, with cheering, with the Slytherin decorations coming down and the Gryffindor ones going up, and Draco Malfoy's expression across the hall doing something that Harry had not spent much time on this year but noted briefly as something to pay more attention to next year. Malfoy was not unintelligent. He had the specific intelligence of someone who had been told what to think and done it very well, which made him less immediately interesting but also less predictable as he got older and the things he'd been told started meeting the things he discovered for himself. Worth watching. Not urgently. But worth watching. McGonagall gave them 20 points each for outstanding presence of mind in a life-threatening situation and deducted none for leaving the dormitory, which she had apparently decided in the privacy of her own assessment of events was something she was not going to do, on account of the life-threatening situation having been life-threatening for someone other than themselves. She said this in the most characteristically McGonagall way possible, by saying none of it aloud, presenting the 20 points as a formal notation, and looking at each of them in turn with an expression that conveyed the entire preceding paragraph through the medium of a single raised eyebrow and a pause. "One thing," she said, when she would have otherwise left. They waited. "Mr. Potter," she said. "The inscription in the bathroom floor." "The rooting ward," Harry said. "Yes. That." She looked at him. "I've taught Transfiguration for 38 years and I have been Hogwarts deputy for 22, and in that time I have encountered one other student who produced unconscious structural magic of that precision under acute stress." She paused. "One." Harry waited. "I mention it," she said, "because you should know the scale of what you're doing. Not because I expect it to change your behavior, I don't think anything changes your behavior except your own conclusions. But because you should know." "Who was the other student?" Harry said. McGonagall picked up the paper she'd brought to give them their points notation and straightened it, a small precise gesture. "That," she said, "is a conversation for another time. Come and find me in September." She left. Harry looked at the door she'd closed behind her. "Riddle," Hermione said, from beside him. He looked at her. "She was at Hogwarts when Riddle was a student," Hermione said. "She would have been a junior teacher." And she said one other student, singular, and then stopped herself from saying more. She met his eyes. Tom Riddle was the only other person she taught who produced structural magic of that precision under stress. Harry thought about what Voldemort had said in the chamber. "You sound like someone I once knew. And, you should have been mine." "Yes," he said. "I thought so too." He packed his trunk on the last evening with the methodical care he brought to packing in general, books ordered by subject and then by size, clothes folded to Petunia's original specification which he'd retained because it was efficient, notebooks in the outer pocket where he could access them without unpacking. Roone watched this process from the windowsill with the supervisory energy of a bird who had opinions about organizational systems. Neville knocked and came in and sat on the end of the bed and watched for a while. "You'll write," Neville said. "Not a question." "Yes," Harry said. "I've got research to do over summer. I'll need someone to check my reasoning on the Manaz applications, the work I've been doing on relational word structure. You're good at seeing the gaps in my thinking." Neville blinked. "I am." "You ask the right questions," Harry said. "You asked me tonight if I was the same at 3 as I am now. That's the right question. It changed how I was thinking about the ward's development timeline." He looked at Neville. "Yes. You're good at it. Write to me." Neville had the expression he had when genuine acknowledgement landed on him. "Okay," he said. "I'll write." Ron appeared in the doorway. "Hermione is downstairs alphabetizing her books and won't admit she's doing it because she's avoiding packing. Someone needs to tell her." "Not me," Harry said. "Not me," Neville said. "Right," Ron said, with the air of a man who has drawn the short straw by default. "Right, I'll do it. She'll be furious." "She'll be fine," Harry said. "Tell her the alphabetizing can wait until she's home." Ron went downstairs. They heard Hermione's voice, Ron's voice, Hermione's voice at a higher register, then a pause, then both of them talking at a more normal volume. Harry and Neville looked at each other. "They'll be fine," Neville said. "Yes," Harry said. He closed his trunk. The train back was loud and warm and smelled of sweets and the specific end-of-term energy of several hundred students in the relief stage of a long year. Harry sat in their compartment and read his grandmother's second monograph for the 4th time. He'd been back to it weekly since Dumbledore gave it to him, finding new things each time, which was the quality of a text written by someone who had understood that whoever read it would change between readings. Ron and Hermione were playing chess. Hermione had insisted on learning and Ron was teaching her with an earnestness that was entirely genuine, which Harry found both appropriate and faintly funny. She was losing comprehensively and approaching the losses with the focused analytical engagement of someone who has decided that losing is a dataset. Neville was reading a book on aquatic plants and occasionally reading out facts about them to no one in particular, which was a habit he'd developed over term that all of them had independently decided they liked. Harry looked at his friends over the top of his grandmother's parchment. He'd never had friends before Hogwarts. He'd had Dudley's détente, which was something, and Mrs. Figg's careful watching, which had its own kind of care even through the management. But not this. Not people who had gone down through a trapdoor with him, not people who'd stayed up comparing notes on runic theory at 1 a.m, not people who saved him a seat and brought biscuits and asked the right questions. He put the parchment down. "Question," he said. 3 faces turned to him. "What do each of you want to work on over summer?" "Specifically." "Not in general, specifically." Ron looked surprised by the question. "Tactically?" "For what?" "For next year," Harry said. "For everything. Voldemort is not gone, he's diminished, he's set back significantly, but the Horcruxes exist and he'll find another path back, and it'll probably happen faster than Dumbledore hopes because Dumbledore is optimistic in ways that don't account for certain variables." He looked at each of them. "We've got 2 months. What do you want to work on?" "Charm theory," Hermione said immediately. "Specifically advanced charms applications. I want to understand the theoretical limit of what a charm can do before it requires transfiguration support. And I want to start ancient runes early. Properly. Not just reading the primer." Harry looked at her. "I'll send you a reading list." "I've already made one," she said. "I'd like to compare." Ron was thinking. Not the fast surface thinking he used for most things, the deeper kind, the chess game kind. "Dueling," he said. "Practical. The theory's fine, but I want to be able to move faster." In the bathroom with the troll, there was a moment where I didn't know what to do next, and I was lucky that levitation was the right call. I'd rather be able to see more options faster. "There's a text," Harry said. "Practical Dueling Combinatorics. Quite old, very good. I'll find you a copy." Ron nodded. Neville said, "The ward." He looked at Harry. I'm not asking you to teach me runic magic. That's yours and it doesn't work the same for everyone, I know that. But the principle of it. The idea of building something that protects the people around you." He paused. "I want to understand that better. How you think about it. How you decide what to build." Harry looked at him for a moment. "That's the most interesting question anyone's asked me about the ward," he said. Neville shrugged, slightly uncomfortable with this. "I'll write you something," Harry said. "About how I think about it. It'll probably turn into several letters because I've never tried to explain the thinking, just done it." He paused. "It might be good for me to have to explain it." Rune, on his perch, ruffled his feathers in a way that suggested he found all of this satisfactory. The train moved through Scotland, which was doing its dramatic summer version, all long light and enormous sky and hills that made Surrey's geography look like an afterthought. Harry watched it through the window and felt the ward settle into its traveling mode, which was different from the castle mode it had adapted to over the year, broader, less specific, the ambient survey of a thing monitoring a moving environment. He thought about what the year had been. The castle recognizing him. Flitwick's Tuesday sessions, which had grown from theory into practice into something that was starting to resemble genuine collaboration. Dumbledore's recalibration, the managed version becoming the honest version in stages, each stage better than the last. His grandmother's monograph, which he was beginning to understand was not a gift so much as a conversation she'd started before he was born and left running, waiting for him to catch up to it. Quirrell, on the floor of the chamber. The thing on the back of his head gone back into whatever attenuated existence it maintained. The stone safe. His friends here, on this train, planning what to do next. He was 11 years old. He had Horcruxes to understand and a prophecy to live with and a war to navigate that was going to resume whether anyone was ready for it or not, and he had the ward his grandmother had carried and her mother before her and whoever before that, the triple spiral that had come out of him in the dark when he was 3 years old and frightened and had needed something to protect him, and instead of just protecting him had grown into the foundation of everything he was. He was not afraid. He took stock honestly, the way he took stock of everything, alert. Prepared. In the good company of people who were going to matter. Insufficiently informed on several critical variables that he was going to spend the summer addressing. And underneath all of it, deeper than the practical layer, something that was harder to name but was real, a feeling like the ward's warmth, like the stone under his hand in the dormitory on the first night, like his grandmother's handwriting on parchment left for someone she'd never meet. Held, he thought. The word for it was held. Not safe in the sense of nothing can reach me, that was not safety, that was isolation, and he'd known the difference since he was 8 and had read enough to understand what protections were for. Held in the sense of, there are things I've built that will stand. There are people who will stay. There is a foundation under all of this that I made myself and will keep making, and it is solid, and it is mine. England came back outside the windows, replacing Scotland's drama with its own particular green, and Harry put his grandmother's parchment in his bag and looked at his friends, and Hermione had trapped Ron's queen, which Ron was examining with the expression of someone who has encountered a move they didn't see coming and is more delighted than annoyed. And Neville read out a fact about aquatic bladderwort that made Ron make a sound of genuine disgust, and Harry laughed. Privet Drive. The platform at King's Cross was busy and warm and smelled of summer and the specific end of something quality that train stations specialized in, and parents were collecting children and trunks were being wheeled and owls were announcing their existence to the general public with typical impartiality. Petunia was waiting near the barrier. She was in her good coat, which Harry was beginning to understand was not formal wear but armor, the thing she wore when she was doing something that required her to be a specific version of herself. She saw him before he saw her, and for a moment she thought he wasn't looking and her face did something that was not what it usually did. Something that was less arranged. Then he looked up and it arranged again, but not all the way. She looked at his trunk. At Rune, who looked back with the professional assessment of a bird evaluating a new person's threat potential and then apparently finding it acceptable. At Harry's face, which was, she processed this, different. Not older in the physical sense. Different in the way things were different when they'd been through something and come back changed in texture rather than appearance. You're all right, she said. Statement, not question, with the quality of a statement that has been a question for months. Yes, he said. She looked at the ring on his hand. The ward, which had been in its traveling mode all the way from Hogwarts, registered her the way it had always registered her since the modulation, low ambient signal, no malice, and underneath the absence of malice something else, something that had been building all year in the letters he'd sent and the fact that she'd sent letters back, actual letters, not short functional acknowledgments but letters, 4 and 5 paragraphs, which from Petunia Dursley was the epistolary equivalent of a novel. She picked up one end of his trunk. Come on then, she said. He picked up the other end. They navigated the station with the practical efficiency of two people who had figured out how to coexist around each other's silences, which was a different and more functional thing than filling those silences. In the car, with the trunk in the boot and Rune's cage on the back seat and Surrey beginning to reassemble itself outside the windows, Petunia said, Dudley wants to know if you'll help him with his summer project. Harry looked at her. What project? He's apparently decided he wants to understand. She paused, with the expression of someone quoting something they weren't expecting to be quoting, how symbols work. His words. She kept her eyes on the road. He's been reading. On his own. Some of your books, the ones in the study. She paused again, longer. He's been drawing things on his bedroom wall. Harry was quiet for a moment. Dudley has been drawing runes, he said. I don't know if that's what they are, Petunia said. They don't glow. They don't do anything, as far as I can see. But he's been drawing them and he's been reading and he asked me to ask you if you'd look at them. Harry thought about Dudley at 9, standing in the doorway of his room, saying they're quite beautiful with the specific awkwardness of someone who doesn't usually say beautiful and knew it mattered. Dudley, who'd noticed the modulation. Who'd left a biscuit outside a door. Who'd grown up in the same house as the ward and felt it his whole life and apparently decided, at some point this year, that he wanted to understand it. Yes, Harry said. I'll look at them. Petunia's hands on the wheel were very still for a moment. Good, she said. They came off the motorway into the smaller roads, and then into Little Whinging, and then onto Privet Drive with its gardens and its careful sameness and its row of houses all being exactly what they were supposed to be, and number 4 at the end looking like number 4. Harry looked at it. The ward oriented to it with the recognition of something returning to its origin, not the traveling mode, not the castle mode, but the oldest mode, the first one, the 3-year-old in the dark mode that had been the beginning of everything. He felt the house's runes the way you felt the walls of a room you knew very well, through the specificity of the knowledge, through the particular character of the warmth. They pulled into the drive. He got out of the car. He stood in front of number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, and put his hand on the front door, and the ward lit up through the whole house, all of it, from the cupboard under the stairs to the ward above the kitchen window to the spiral on the ceiling of the small bedroom upstairs, every inscription responding to his return with the warmth of things that had been waiting and had now stopped waiting. And the house breathed around him like something alive, like something that knew him, like something that had always been more than an ordinary house on an ordinary street and had simply been waiting for him to grow into understanding it. He felt it all the way up his arm and into his chest, and it felt like, home was the wrong word, home implied something uncomplicated, and this was not that, this was a house full of damage and repair and the complicated archaeology of a family that had tried and failed and tried differently and was still trying. But it was his. The runes were his. The ward was his. He had built the safest place he could with what he had when he had it, and he would keep building, because that was what he was. A builder. A ward maker. Someone whose magic existed to protect what mattered to him, and who was beginning to understand that the list of what mattered was longer than he'd known. He went inside. Dudley was in the hallway with the look of someone who has been waiting too long for something to appear casual about it. He had a notebook in one hand, Harry's kind of notebook, the same blue covers, which meant he'd gone to the same shop, and on the first page, visible because he hadn't quite closed it, was a series of marks that were not runes, not yet, but were the marks of someone who had been looking at runes for long enough that the looking had begun to shape the making. "You're back," Dudley said. "I'm back," Harry said. "I've been," Dudley looked at the notebook. "I don't know if any of this is right. Probably it's all wrong. But I've been thinking about what you said. About building things rather than having them." He held out the notebook. "I don't know what I'm doing. But I thought, you might look." Harry took the notebook. He looked at the first page. Dudley's marks, imprecise, uncertain, reaching for something they hadn't quite found yet, but reaching with the genuine intention of someone who had decided to try a different direction than the one they'd been pointed in. Harry looked at the marks for a long moment. Then he looked at Dudley. "Come upstairs," he said. "I'll show you where you're starting from." Dudley followed him up. The runes on the bedroom walls were warm with his return, warm with the specific quality of deep inscription in a place that knew its inhabitant, and Harry spread his grandmother's monograph on the desk and Dudley's notebook beside it and looked at both. And outside the small bedroom window Privet Drive was green and ordinary and completely ignorant of the two boys at the desk beginning a conversation that had been waiting to happen for a very long time. The ward held. The summer opened up ahead of them like a question. Harry picked up his pencil and started to answer it.